city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is July 31st, YC128. This is the Universe Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is the Friday show. It has been a week, and we have very little news of the week. We do have we have a couple things to cover as far as news goes. Excuse me. Hold on. Like, as soon as I start talking, like there's too much saliva in my mouth all of a sudden. Anyway, so it has been a relatively quiet week as far as like news to go over per se, but that's good because I've got two major segments that I want to cover today, beyond just the news of the week. So we are going to cover the biggest news, which is what's been going on with the road drone fabricators, which is pretty cool. But then we are now halfway through the military campaigns. So I think it's a time to maybe take a little bit of an assessment of where we're at in the military campaigns. I was going to do like a weekly thing. Obviously, that didn't happen. I will discuss why probably some during that, but I do want to cover that and then hopefully not take too long with that because I also want to make a mining guide today. I do not, knock on wood, think that explaining mining will take longer than too long. So we're going to give a shot today of making a mining mega guide. Everything you need to know about mining in EVE Online, as well as go over the fabricators and military campaigns. So, how's it going, guys? Settle in, like the stream. We are going to begin with the patch notes, because there aren't very many patch notes. How's the audio doing, by the way, guys? All right. Let me check. Okay, so there was some... Yeah, well, there's a couple of patches this week, I think, right? Yeah, so they added in the road drone fabricators. That was kind of the last we talked about things, I'm pretty sure. And there has been a little bit of a balance to it, most notably that stability can now only be lost from wave 5 onward. So basically the site needs to get past 5 waves. You can just trigger them and then come back later, which we'll talk a little bit about when we talk about that. But also, like, this was mostly just to remove Operation Avalon because it was 1 week after that ended. And then the next one, the only other patch note that that we have gotten was on the 30th. It says added additional staggering when spawning large numbers of NPCs to improve performance. And this was actually really curious to me because, you know, I did invasions, which you could see a lot of rats on grid at the same time. And so it made me think like, okay, well, what exactly are they talking about here? And when you start digging into the story, you also understand why they needed to make this patch. Basically, what's happening is that as it got deeper into the fabricator stages, you know, it was originally designed for 30 stages, and it escalates by just adding more rats, basically, every single stage. So the issue is not just the number of rats that were on the field, because it is like we used to get large numbers of rats on invasions. I don't know if I could call it over a couple hundred. We do have a picture from one of the fabricator runs that shows that they made it to wave 100, and at wave 100 there was 222 rats on field. And so the issue with this is that even in the case of things like major conduits, if we ever got to that number of rats, it wasn't because they all spawned at the same time. It was because like a wave spawned, maybe 2 waves spawned, and we got warp-ins. You know, there's like it came from multiple sources, not one time. And just like, you know, a fleet jumping into like a system, right? That's where the largest amount of tie-dye is going to come in, because that's when the server has to kind of bring online every single character that's coming through the gate, right? To get all their information ready, to get their instance ready to go. When you first are spawning a thing, that's when there's usually some sort of cost. Now, a lot of times game developers, what they'll do is they'll cache things, right? Like like in a single player game or whatever, right? If I know that there's never going to be more than 100 dudes, whatever, let's say, on field at any given time, or there's only going to be 5 power-ups. We'll go with that. Well, there's only going to be 5 of these power-ups on field at any given time. But like, I want to spawn them possibly at the same time. I want it to be super performant. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to spawn them all before they're needed, and I'm going to stash them away somewhere. And then when I need them, do I pull them out, put them in, and then when they get used, then it goes back into the bucket to be pulled out again when needed. So they're not being destroyed and recreated. They're kind of created in batch and then recycled in their use. This is actually how the server handles sites, right? Like when a site, they get distributed, and then when a site gets completed, it gets thrown back into the bucket to get redistributed again. Now, obviously, that isn't necessarily for performance because kind of it is, but it makes it so that the spawning of the stuff all happens at server online. So that way, throughout the day, all of the sites that needs to be done has already basically been processed. The buckets have been filled. And I know because like sites actually do respawn throughout the day. So the point is, that same process does multiple different things, but you can't do that here, right? You can't have every single system have a whole bunch of rats pre-spawned and like just waiting to get consumed, because you don't know what rats a lot of systems are going to need, or like sites, and how many they're going to take, and whatever it is, it's going to be lower than this number of them, and there's all different kinds. It would make it so that it would be a huge memory cost, so that these have to be spawned in the moment. And the spawning of a thing does take a little bit more processing than everything else. Now, the problem is that like the server, so your server handles things and the client handles things, and they communicate with each other, and it all works on trust, right? Everything works on, like in software development. This is why they actually say like, you don't want to have a client authenticated thing, right? If the client rolls its own damage, it's like, oh yeah, I rolled and I got a hit and it was this much damage, and then the server takes it. Sure, now you've distributed the calculation of all of the damage to all of these different computers, but that could get spoofed. So you want to trust the clients as little as possible, but there does need to be like, the client is communicating information, the server is taking in that information to update stuff, and then updating the clients with that information. There's trust in this whole process, and more importantly, there's a lot of predictive trust in the client versus the server. So like this is where rubber banding comes in, right? In any sort of video game. The reason why rubber banding happens is because behind the scenes, the netcode is potentially more disruptive, more, there could be good moments and bad moments when it comes to gaining information from the server. So it's certainly not every frame. So like you could know that a guy is going in a direction because the server's like, okay, yeah, this guy's traveling in this direction. That's the last thing you got. And so your computer will predict what that means. And like, so even if it doesn't get an update, it'll just keep having the guy continue to go in that way. And then when the server updates, oh, actually he's now here doing this, then it'll snap back into its known position. That's why rubber banding happens. Your computer incorrectly predicts where the simulation is going to be. Then it gets an update from the simulation, from the server, and then it updates its own version of it. This is rubber band. Basically, that's all video game rubber banding. But that isn't really what's happening here. There's another problem, which is that like everything's kind of assuming that everything's in sync, right? So especially if it like gets a response back, there can be what's considered an illegal state, where the state of the game that the client thinks it's at is different than the state that the server thinks it's at. And this isn't the sort of thing that the server will regularly update the client for. And so the client never realizes that it's out of sync, and so it doesn't correct itself in some way, right? So this is where desync issues happen. They are very much less common in EVE Online, but they can happen. And I think that what's happening here is that when it's processing all of these rats to spawn in a single frame or in a single moment, that is causing it chew up some other commands or some other communication between the client and the server, or its own calculations. And so some things are not happening correctly, which is not propagating outward, which is causing a desync issue, which is causing a Bane to blow up. And so all that to say is that what we've discovered is that if they try to spawn a whole bunch of rats at the same time, it can desync the server, and that can have all kinds of profound consequences because it's not quite the same as rubber banding, and it can make things be in a very illegal state. So to that end, they have now added additional staggering when spawning NPCs in the rogue drone fabricator sites when it's large numbers of NPCs. We've learned a lesson. They've learned a lesson that they didn't know yet, or at least, probably didn't quite understand the full consequences of it. So that's pretty cool. It is also really funny. One other piece to this, there's several posts about this, but I think it was this one. Yeah. So this is the one that they talked, like they lost the Bane for it, right? Now hold on. There is the loot here, and you can see that it is roughly 71 billion ISK worth of loot. I question that number simply because all of the numbers of these, the value of these drones, which is the vast majority of the value, for the record, of this picture. These drones, their value was based on the fact that they were available during the last Rogue Drone Fabricator site stuff, and then has not been available since then. Now, FC did say that they were going to bring back the Rogue Drone Fabricator sites, and they have, but that was still like probably 6 months ago, almost 6 months ago now, 4 months ago. I don't know what time is, probably 6 months ago, during the presidential election. So these drones have had a time to like go up in value. And now this gets dropped. This is the first week of it coming back. And therefore these prices are going to crash. But even if you assume that basically all the rogue drones these drones are going to lose like half their value, which I'm pretty sure the people who ended up with numbers just did that. This is still worth approximately 40 billion ISK for what they called to be, I think it was 4 hours. Well, they said 5 hours in there. Now this says 9 hours, but that's because they spawned it early. 40 red loot for NPC stations. Well, so, okay, hold on. The Fabricator data is at 201,000. We can look up. Is it really not gonna, how much are they? They can't not be on the market, right? Hold on. What are they called? I'm just gonna look up data. Rampancy data dump, right? Rampancy data dump. Good job, FC. Don't name it correctly in your own gosh darn thing. Hold on. Where's the browser? There it is. So these are worth 200,000 each. So we have, now obviously this doesn't include the last wave. 201,965 times 200,000 equals, oh yeah, hold on, yeah, that's 40 billion worth of red loot. Okay, so wait, hold on, I'm sorry. So that estimate's actually probably closer to correct. I just wanted to double check. Yeah, okay, and that's not even including the last wave. So very, very good ISK if you can do it. But obviously, the cost is great, or the amount that it takes as far as like both people, manpower, and ISK on the field is incredible. Which is kind of interesting because like if somebody has enough firepower to be running this fabricator site, you kind of don't want to drop on them either. That would be a tough team to kill. But it said the site itself is a slog because at some point the 200 NPCs can no longer be loaded properly. It could be that like when this picture was taken, there also could have been more, like this could be that it was over 300, which I think FC tried to claim. But then, yeah, it was a dozen plus subcaps. This other conversation about it does give more information about it. They had 3 basilisks, 2 Cerberus, and a Claymore with shield links. And then there was 2 golems. And they did it in 5 hours. And they have significantly less data, though, right? Because this is 100 sites. There's only 37 rats at 100 waves, but they only have 26,000 of the data dumps. That doesn't even seem right. Is that right? Hold on. 26590 times 200,000. Wait, hold on. Am I doing the math right? Is that still 5 billion? That's still 5 billion, right? I guess that's still 5 billion. So pretty good. Although if it took them, yeah, so they even say 5.13 billion. Okay, never mind. But that's not even with the drones. So that's more than 5 billion in 5 hours for they have a whole strategy for it, but because they kept it minimal. Either way, so 5 hours for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ships. So 1 billion per hour divided by 8. I mean, I think there's definitely better ways to do it. But I mean, this is definitely like a really awesome. The point is that this clearly is a really cool site that has like all kinds of scales, right? Like if one shows up in your wormhole, you can do it by yourself. You can do it with with a friend. You could do it with like 5 of your friends. You could do it with this kind of stuff. You could do it with a bunch of Banes and stuff, apparently. Like there's good reason to do it on all of those scales, which is pretty cool, I think. Let's see. Is there anything else? There's pictures of it on the Twitters, X's, whatever they call it now. Oh man, they had an Azrael there. I wonder how much stuff they had there. 3 hours and 48 minutes and 15 seconds, destroying 11,000 NPCs. I wouldn't. Wow. Okay, that's a big fleet, though. Yeah, exactly. Like even if you caught that fleet, like if you, in a wormhole, like who's dropping that? Who's dropping this fleet? No, when you have this much strength, you're good. It's very good content and it's capital escalation even in low class space. Yeah, that's true, which is pretty cool because like one of the things I've always wanted to do, I love the idea of is having like a C1 with a high sec static, but then like build caps in there. So that because nobody can bring caps in, but you can have caps and like see what kind of defense you can build out of that. No, yeah, it's super fun. Glad it's working out. In other news, the idea of it even in low class wormholes is that you can get caps. Yeah, exactly. No, it's cool on a lot of different levels. I love the drones. I love the way that the site scales both in numbers and in like equipment and in depth. I think it's probably one of the best sites that FC has ever come up with so far. I'd be challenged to think of one that's better. They really, I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't improvable pieces to it for sure. But I'm just saying, like, as far as just making something that's interesting and rewards. I mean, I am saying this just now. I mean, like, we'll see what we say in a month or whatever when it's like, oh my god, all of these bot farms are just farming trillions of ISK out of in low class wormholes now or whatever. Like, I'm sure there's gonna be the consequences of this or whatever. And there's also weaknesses to the site itself. It's not like a perfect site, but as far as like good content goes, I think it is pretty successful, which is important to point out considering how possibly negative I'm going to be for the second segment of today. Yeah, but it's even a thing that like people could just day trip into a wormhole and go and run if they wanted to. Now you can use dreadnoughts. It says system defense ships, or as they used to be called. Huh? Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, well, there's a dread right there. Somebody brought an Azrael into this thing, which is crazy. But why not? In other news, dark mode for Fuzzworks. Yay! We all love Fuzzworks. It has a bunch of power, great tools for people. And now I have a dark mode thing on, I think. Hold on. Yeah. Wait, I think it just works now. I think I turned off my dark mode and it still works. Yay! Thanks, Fuzzworks. Also from the Fabricators, there is this odd QR code, and I haven't seen this thing. I did look at this on the Reddit. The binary that he comes up with in the description is hogwash. I have some theories about what this could be, like maybe if we rotated it a certain way or whatever. It does very much look like it's supposed to be binary code or text, and rogue drones do frequently communicate through binary that then gets thrown into ASCII. But when I took the binary that this guy figured out, which he even stated that he had an assumption of a white column, it was garbage. So if somebody knows where this is going, maybe this is the end of what the Fabricator data says. But this is a thing that gets dropped when and only if you make it all the way to the final tier of Fabricator, to like all the way to round 100. So pretty cool. Also, I want to point out early into the stream that there is the Twitch drop right now this week is the Cormorant Octopus skin. For those of you who are interested in these kinds of things, the Octopus skin is one of the more lore-related skins. The Octopus Squadron has a long history within the Caldari. It is both the most it's the squadron that is most closely associated with Capsuleers in the lore, which is why the original Octopus Squadron skins kind of came out. It's also why, by the way, that Caldari militia is known as squids. It's not just that it's like, oh, it's calamari. It's because the main squadron of Capsuleers within the Caldari Navy is the Octopus Squadron. And then also the Octopus Squadron is associated with, I want to say it's Tibus Heth. No. I think it's the Garistas. Fatal and Rabbit. I think they met in Octopus Squadron. So either way, Octopus Squadron is one of the better lore-related skins that they came out with in the early days, and you can get it for the watching Twitch, but it has to be Fenris's actual Twitch channel. It can't be just a partner or anything like that, and it has to be this weekend. So. Do you know if the skin is a tradable drop? It should be a tradable drop. It should just be an item that you can redeem. That's how they usually do these. And then this also was originally a redeemable, it was just an item that you could. I can't remember if it was originally. I think it was originally on the NES or whatever. But this is one of the older ones. This is back when they made the Serpentis, Serpati skin and stuff like that. It comes from that era. All right. So now then, I want to talk about, should we do mining first or should we do campaigns? I think we should do campaigns. Let's do campaigns. I want to talk about campaigns today. You know, campaigns was one of those things that I was very, very excited for. I had high hopes for it, and it really kind of, to me, represented FC like finally trying to like really engage with things on a high level. But the concern is that like, so when FC doesn't do very much in the form of like PvE, like world building storytelling, and it's kind of in the background, when it's minor, they can kind of get away with a lot, right? Like we can dream in our heads how they could better utilize the standing system, or have better storytelling missions, or have these like coordinated efforts that put everything into some sort of grand context. And then my concern is that I used to even say all the time that EVE Online is a game that has succeeded in spite of CCP instead of because of them. Obviously now FC, but back then it was CCP. And by that I meant, like, in a lot of ways, they didn't know what they were building, like what game they were building. They didn't know why it was good. Even in the earliest day, like if you go watch Hilmar's story about like when he was taking maternity or paternity leave rather, right after EVE was launching, and he gets into this mining group and he sees them jet canning, and he like realized like that was never intended to be part of the game. This idea of like jet can mining, where somebody can like mine the stuff, jet can it out, and then have somebody else in a hauling ship scoop it up and take it home. That was not actually what they originally intended. The jet can was originally a debugging tool, which is why it had so much room in it. It wasn't actually designed to be done by players. It was just a functionality that they added in just to be able to put things into space. But here were these players using it. And at first it made him freak out. He's like, oh my God, they're going to get through all of our content. They'd carefully calculated how long it would take players to mine enough to get a battleship, to, you know, all this sort of stuff. And like, they knew that that's how much content was in the game, because that was what their game was more about like the extraction of resources and the building of the stuff, right? With like, obviously the more dangerous areas being PvP zones, et cetera, et cetera. But this idea that like they could work together to have a dedicated hauler and dedicated miners meant that they were all operating on a level that was significantly more efficient than all of their calculations were slated for, which meant that they were going to burn through all of their content far sooner than they expected. Everybody's going to have battleships soon enough. And the problem with it is that once people can build battleships, now battleships start getting built, more built. You know, if they're able to make it more efficient, now everybody can just bootstrap into battleships. The whole game is like collapses, and they didn't really, you know, their plans were to build more stuff, but they didn't think that everybody's going to get to the finish line that long. So, but in that moment, he says that he realized that what they were doing was so much cooler than anything that they had planned, right? That this idea of like coordination, cooperation, this whatever was happening there was better than the game that they had designed. And so Hilmar, I mean, they often say this in a positive way, and it is a positive thing that they did this. But in that moment, you know, Hilmar admitted that it was like the game that they were playing, or the game that they had in their mind when they were building as fun as interesting as it was not as interesting as the game that the players were making within it. And that fundamentally changed the way that CCP and FC built EVE Online. Another good example of this is like Wormhole Space. They never intended us to be willing to go through the effort to live in Wormhole Space. Now, granted, this was back when like POS living, which was significantly more arduous, I'd say, than, you know, than current structure living. But even that, you know, FC or CCP just thought that nobody's going to bother. But of course, it became an entire play style that then they spent quite a bit of time just trying to figure out how that works. And this is where a lot of, you know, all of this kind of understanding of what players do with their world and how that's so much cooler than anything that like the designers of the world could think of, because these are human beings interacting and cooperating with each other in order to develop systems that work within the tools, like that's really cool. And then this amount of adversary and hostility, like the harshness of the game, giving the players something to band within, creating these strong connections between player groups, which is where the whole concept of the friendship machine comes in, right? None of this was originally part of the way that CCP built the game. They effectively built what they were building. Not all of it was great, but then the players at the time took the things and turned it into their own game. And to their credit, CCP was like, hey, that's really cool. And so tried to support that and build on that. And that is kind of how EVE Online got to the point that it was, for a long time. But even that has its problems, especially during things like after BTAC-R and that whole world, where it was like, if the focus is all on the players, if that's the real thing, the issue is that begins to become difficult in properly onboarding new people. CCP figured out that they have this method of like, hey, we can get people to come check out the game, and the things that the players are doing in the game are so cool, it makes it into the news and lets us break records. And that brings in a whole bunch of new players. But those new players come in with a certain expectation, which is like the meta-analysis of these great events, as opposed to the actual gameplay behind them. Like, you can read about an event like BTAC-R and be inspired to want to be part of it. And then you join a null block and get told what it takes to be doing it. And it's mind-numbingly boring because it's spinning a VNI in a haven for as many hours as you can get away with. And you're not allowed to bot because botting is bad. But if you're actually playing it correctly, then your behavior is nigh indistinguishable from a bot. You might as well be botting, but don't. And that's not being sarcastic, by the way. I'm just saying, like, in 2015, literally your job was to be as indistinguishable. If a player was playing a VNI correctly, they were basically indistinguishable from a bot. So, that's not just hard to hunt down bots, but it's also just boring as hell. And people would be told, like, this is it. This is the best part, being part of this null block stuff. That's what got you into this, because you read those articles in newspapers, or in gaming blogs and stuff. And so that would cause people to quit. And even the people that make it to the next big fight, there's a big difference between reading about being in tie-dye and living through tie-dye, right? And so ultimately that game, like the game that CCP had, wasn't good at actually capturing players. Wasn't, and they obviously had captured lightning in a bottle, but it was like, they really need to also just make it into a good game. And so, like, a lot of the last decade has been their journey to do that. And so part of it is them attempting to engage in aspects of good online gameplay, maintenance that they've never done before. Or at least, like, not done as much. And a big piece of this has been this refocus on the lore and the story. Now, for anybody who's ever been on my channel, you'll see that, like, the lore obviously goes way back, and they have been very passionate about the lore throughout the years. But, especially with things like invasions, you see that, like, CCP doesn't know how to fix nullsec, especially not right away. That's player stuff. Like, they can only do so much for players. But what they can do is stuff for like highsec, right? Like the PvE side of things. That's really what FC can do. They can't really do PvP stuff. They're not the P. They're neither of the Ps. They can only do E, right? And so, they begin experimenting with this stuff. And as part of that, we see a lot more focus on the story. We see scope videos. We see invasions. We saw all this stuff. And it becomes fabulously popular. Invasions is one of the very first features that I can think of that only got more popular as it rolled out. It wasn't a flash in the pan. It only picked up steam to the point where so many people got into invasions during chapter 3 and in particular. But even chapter 1 and 2 brought a bunch of people back. Like, that's where my stream kind of became big. Chapter 3, which was the actual conflict portion of it, CCP did not predict how big of a deal that was going to be. And it was a watershed moment in a lot of ways. It showed to them that players will, in fact, get into the story if it's part of it. And so I think that there's a certain amount of like, okay, commitment to that. Okay, we're going to do storyline framing as a way of doing stuff because there's obviously this deep excitement for it. But of course, CCP has a tendency to learn all of the worst lessons to things. And they didn't really follow through that much with it. One of the biggest problems that they've had with a lot of these stuff is follow through. It's always been a problem. You know, Invasions is a perfect example of that, where they had all of these plans for how Invasions were going to play out, and probably even had plans on what Pochvin could potentially be like beforehand. But like ultimately, it was a tech demo. Like their major focus was on the execution of the actual invasions themselves. The idea of Pochvin was almost a technical afterthought in the moment. You know, that's one of the reasons why I argued that they probably wouldn't have been too upset if Pochvin never was formed. They could have rolled with that if they'd wanted to. Obviously, they planned for it, but also some of that plan evolved during the course of Invasions. I can tell you that. But the point is that like I think that the actual act of Invasions Chapter 3 and us fighting over the systems as a way of deciding whether or not we want to support the Triglavians or not was always like what it was all about. And so to that end, when it was over, like all of the focus was on making it execute correctly. And afterwards, when it was over, there was no follow-up. There was no real plan for Pochvin. There was certainly no plan for anything for EdenCom players. They didn't realize that there was going to be EdenCom players. And so, you know, CCP, I think, like learned that it's like, well, hopefully learned that it's like part of this has to do with this ongoing story, this follow-up, this feeling of impact, right? And so all of this, I think, kind of brings us, there's been other experiments too with other stories. They've done a lot of like events. They focused a lot on like short-lived events, and short-lived events are good because it allows them to introduce new sites that go away before they can be fully optimized and botted and, you know, broken or whatever, right? It's good to just put out the content, let it be run, optimized for about a month, and then go away, right? And so they use that pattern for a long time. And on top of all of this, when they decided to go back to expansions, they decided to polish up faction warfare. And again, this was fabulously successful. Uprising, like I've always said that faction warfare was really good. And in my opinion, faction warfare was always kind of the secret, like good part of EVE Online that a lot of people didn't really give the respect that it deserved. But Uprising did what it was supposed to do, which is take the best parts of the faction warfare mechanic, give it a little bit of polish, but then give it some broader context. The idea of front lines and Warzone, or you know, the all the kind of stuff that kind of came out of the changing of Uprising. The sites themselves didn't change much, but the context of how the war was fought and what it meant did. And it also began this idea, like the state of faction warfare has always influenced the lore as one of the aspects, but this brought faction warfare into becoming popular within the player base itself, which really changed a lot. And you know, they had some good follow-ups with that. Havoc was not, and Insurgencies wasn't probably as great of a follow-up to that as they would have liked. But they learned a lot from that, and then moved on to nullsec, yada yada yada. But all the while, you know, they learned these lessons about storytelling, about player impact, about the need for high sec to be about engagement and education, and the need for players to have a universe for them to participate in. Like the PvP stuff is good, but people need to be able to feel like their initial experiences are rewarding enough. A lot of players are quitting not because of frustration. In fact, players that get ganked are more likely to come back and be real players long term than players that are not ganked or don't have anything negative happen to them during their experience. Because the real failure is boredom, right? how do I, if you can get to the point, if you get to the point where you don't feel like there's anything for you to do, even if you think that there's lots of things to do in the Eve, if you don't think there's anything for you to do, or if you don't think that the things that there are to do in Eve are interesting, then you're going to quit. And that person's significantly less likely to come back and try it again later. And one of the things that they've learned is that it does take a couple of times usually for somebody to come back before they become like a hardcore long-term player. So the idea is that they need to have this hook that like gives players something. Like Eve has a lot of really cool stuff going for it, but it's all very alien to normal game development thought and game player thought. And so a lot of the reasons why players quit is because they don't properly appreciate the game that they're getting into, whether that's because they've been set up for understanding something grandiose when really it's spinning a vexor for hours at a time, or if it's because the game is so obtuse that they don't get to learn anything, or they just get lost and wander off or whatever, right? Like the people that quit, or it's about the players that to get into Eve, you have to break through whatever misconceptions or understandings or whatever false assumptions that you have about Eve. But that means that Eve has to engage with you at your level until you do, right? And so it'd be helpful if the actual gameplay of Eve itself was also interesting, right? It's fine that missions haven't been updated for 20 years and they've been optimized, because that they've kind of grown its own community and purpose within the game because of that, right? But like a person that just gets into the game and goes and gets into missions and just tries to go onto it on their own, they're not going to like necessarily appreciate all that. They just see a bunch of like antiquated mechanics and it's not really interesting. Like there's no hook there. There's nothing that, once you get past the I get it phase, what are you doing to keep them playing, to make them start to build up something? Because it's all about the meta in this game. So like, how do you get people to start thinking meta about this stuff? And so, and also like, how do you get people to feel comfortable enough in their flying? The Abyss is pretty good for that, but we see things like Exordium, right? And the new epic arcs. They're trying to give people a space to get into the game. Hold on. I still don't know if I believe all that. All the people who I know who quit were from bad ganks. No, so hold on. I have to agree. Ganking has become too overwhelming for new players. It gives players a bad taste and prevents players from joining the game because it gives them a bad rap. Reason for Exordium. Bringing my T1 cruiser home from Cheetah and getting gate camp and low sec by 4 battleships and a hack made me respect the Eve world. Always be afraid. LOL. So a couple things about that, which is very interesting. One, when a new player actually can't necessarily appreciate how much danger they've put themselves in, right? So when we say somebody gets ganked, one of the problems is that when you talk to them, there's a certain percentage of them that will say that it was in low sec, for example. And the issue is that being ganked in low sec is significantly different in like how you process it than being ganked in high sec. Like the lesson that you learn from there, the angst that you should feel from it. Like if you get killed in low sec, you should walk away from that saying, I risked it and I got caught, right? And like, granted, a lot of people aren't going to necessarily feel that way, but that's very different than high sec, which presents to you, low sec at least presents to you the atmosphere of danger. You should have appreciated that you were going into a dangerous area. You did not appreciate that you were going into a dangerous area, and therefore you got killed. If you get killed in high sec, and the only response that people give is, oh, you're not safe anywhere, then that is a totally different reason to tell this game to go F off and leave it, right? And I'm addressing multiple pieces here. I just wanted to start with like not all ganks are real ganks, if that makes sense. But even for the people who die in a mining ship or whatever, or whatever it is in high sec, the thing about this is that, again, the issue is because you're saying, okay, hold on. Let me actually read the quote again, because I don't want to misrepresent it. And what you say is very interesting here. And now I don't know whether or not we're going to get to both segments today, but we're going to see. He goes, all the people I know who quit were from bad ganks. So the problem with that is that you already have a pretty significant bias in your selection, in the fact that it is not only people who have quit the game, which is good, that's what you're looking into, but it's also players that they're people that still talk to you, or that you have talked to after they have quit. So in other words, they're players that either got hooked up enough into the community that they also met up with you, or, you know, you've heard it through here, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that every single one of them is this, but I'm just saying that there's a selection bias in the fact that it is people who have quit the game that you have talked to. And the reason why this is actually really, really important, because this was a part of what FC or CCP needed to learn at the time too, which is like they got really focused on the stories that we tell about why we stayed with the game, right? And so we always see this story of like, oh, I got ganked and then the ganker messaged me and now I joined their team. And like that is like an overly represented percentage, not because like that is like, that's how it works out so all the time. It was like their retention rate was 1 to 2%. And that story got you hooked up into the community, which is why you survived that process, right? How many other people got ganked and then didn't accept the invite, didn't get a positive response, didn't blah, 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 blah. And so there is this focus on like this like majesty towards like, we were the ones that were hard enough to get through it, that you don't want to necessarily fixate on, because that's focusing on who managed to succeed in a world in which you have like a 3% success rate. It might be more worthwhile to focus on why people were quitting. And the thing is that like, when you start looking at why people were quitting, the criticism was that because it was seen as a bad game. The UI is clunky. The gameplay on its own face was boring. Like the things that players make out of the game, the things that we do within the sandbox are interesting, but that interestingness comes from weaponized boredom a lot of times. Like for realsy. So much, like the whole point of this is to make it so that we have some sort of emotional investment in what we have, so therefore we feel the sting of losing. But a lot of that comes from us having to do acts that are boring work. It's designed, like they've said, like nullsec warfare is crunching gravel while looking your enemy in the eye, forcing them to crunch to chew on gravel, trying to convince them that you enjoy chewing gravel more than them, so that way they'll quit chewing the gravel, right? Like that's the wild thing about so much of the time of EVE Online, where like when even if FC tries to improve some things, there's going to be players that complain about it, because like the point of it is that it is boring. What's the weirdest one is like PI, for example. Anytime somebody starts talking about like actually improving PI, there are people that complain about it, because if more people do PI, their PI is worth less, right? So if the like there's a whole lot of EVE that is designed to just feel like work. Mining isn't supposed to be fun on its own right? It might be relaxing, but it's not fun and engaging. It was never meant to be. It's designed to be work. So that way, when you die in the ship, when you build up all your wealth and then you buy a ship and then you die in that ship, you feel the hours that you put into it in order to get it, right? That was the entire point. So the issue is like, how do they make it so that the game is actually exciting and engaging and fun, right? In order to get people to feel comfortable enough in the game to connect with the community. Sorry, to go back to what you're saying with the ganking thing. So the problem is that most people quit the game, right? Within the first little bit, and they either quit because they were ganked and something bad happened, which is a very, like, the thing is that the people where that happens to them, they're going to be the most loudest about it. This is where that bias comes in, because remember, you heard from them. The people that don't really care, the people that tried EVE Online because they thought it was an interesting sci-fi game, and then after like 4 or 5 hours was like, okay, fine. Like they make it through the tutorial, they maybe even make it through the career agents, and then they're like, what next? And they're like, missions, and they do like 1 or 2, and they're like, all right, and then they like quit and go do something else. That person isn't telling you why they quit. Like maybe if you meet somebody and they're like, oh yeah, I play EVE Online, they're like, oh yeah, I tried that game, it's just I don't really feel like there's anything to do, right? Like that wouldn't really register. But if somebody gets ganked, if something terrible happens to them, they're going to remember that, and they're going to be vocal about that. Anytime that somebody mentions EVE, they're going to be like, oh my God, that game. I can't believe what happened, you know? But here's the other piece to it. A lot of people play EVE Online. A lot of people play EVE Online for a long time, even though those things are unfair. I see people crashing out all the time on the forums, on Reddit, about something that's bullshit in EVE Online. But the thing is that you can quit because somebody ganked you, but there's always that splinter in your mind, right? This is also kind of what happened with like Rasnaborg and stuff at first. This is why I defended Rasnaborgs. Like there's this splinter in your mind that the game beat you. Every single time somebody else brings up EVE Online, what has happened in EVE Online, what was done in EVE Online, you have to mentally confront very quickly, or subconsciously possibly, the fact that you quit it. Now that could bring back up your anger about what happened to you, but given time, a lot of those people will be like, you know what, I'm going to give EVE another shot, because they kind of liked it. They didn't quit before they got too bored. They were just starting to figure things out, and then that figuring things out was interrupted by this tragic event. And so they come back into the game. And now that they've come back into the game, they have a much different mentality. And so, sure, they may not decide that they like it or not like it, but this is why most players require multiple times to get into the game. You come into the game with wrong expectations about what the game is going to be. Some of those in invalidating those assumptions, you might get upset because you have a tragic whatever. But it's far more likely that if you walk away thinking like, oh my God, there was something cool there, but I don't like that this happened, that is far more likely for you to come back prepared to respect the game for what it is, which is a huge step. Whereas those people that quit because nothing really interesting happened, the chances of them coming back and giving it another go, much, much lower, right? And what gets those people to come and give it another go is to hear things about the story or mining updates. So many people that I talk to, because like those are the things that they got into: mission running, mining, whatever. And if they get into it because they leave because it wasn't enticing enough. So when they hear that there's something going on with that, that's what makes those people perk back up, right? Oh, maybe I will check it out again. Wait, they made mining more better? Oh my God, because I kind of liked the space thing, but like the mining was so boring. I'll go check it out again, whatever. And so that's kind of what I think is going on based on the information. I think your personal bias is clouding your view from understanding outs. Me? Gank a new bro, then send him 20 mil. They'll be mad, educated, surprised, and hooked on whatever this game has to offer. Again, like, it's not going to work all the time, but it is a success, journey, because the biggest thing is just understanding the higher level of what's going on here, and hooking up with the community is like the biggest cornerstone of success in EVE. Baltic silly fittings is what brought me to the game. Hell yeah. FC news and updates didn't get me into the lore your channel did. Well, yes, but sure, but I'm just the person showing it off, right? Like my channel got big because I did the invasion stuff. I cover this stuff because it's stuff to cover. This channel would not have been able to function this way in 2017. Like I still wrote about EVE Online, but it was much more just like faction warfare and other, you know, such things like that. But the point is that so now SC thinks that they've learned all their lessons about this stuff and are coming out with their big push. It's like the player stuff is good. Let's make the universe alive and dynamic and interesting. And this kind of concept has grown up from all the way back in 2019 when they talked about space weather and how invasions change things and incursions change things. And so the idea that different systems can be different at different times and planets and systems can be taken away through Invasions Chapter 3. You know, so much of the development of EVE Online has been about adding these kind of textures to things and making the universe more dynamic. And so ultimately, this feature here, military campaigns, becomes what should be at least a pinnacle of this whole development. In the same way that Uprising really thrust faction warfare into, you know, a huge success, not because the what was there was good, and they put it into a bigger context that let it work for more people in an interesting way, and now it's just super popular. So can we do this? They've struggled with this storytelling. They've this dynamic storytelling, this way of using storytelling to introduce mechanics and features and modules. It works out. There has been some ups and downs with things like certain events having to be taken off the table because the team got moved over, and like the idea of like, okay, so we're going to have annual events. They tried to make all of the annual events tie into whatever's happening at that time. And unfortunately made it so a lot of the annual events no longer like work outside of those contexts. So we don't get them anymore. But this idea that like, how do we tell this living story, especially as we get closer and closer to Vanguard, which is supposed to like really give us a different lens into the world. And so much of the story of the game is kind of designed to be the pre-story to Vanguard in a lot of ways. So then, thus we have military campaigns. This is their biggest offer of like, this is how we can make the universe feel living. The different empires have goals, and you have to perform tasks in order to do those goals. You know, if enough of those tasks get completed within the season, then those goals get accomplished, and this has meaningful change within the universe, and you get rewarded with you know, ISK, LP, standings, as well as titles, and the good feeling that you helped your empire work. So we can look at things like the Shadow War. Like we could be like, oh man, what if the Shadow War had like some sort of extra layer of UI? Because there was so much, they had to update stuff on the website or like on the forums every week to make sure that we knew where we were at with the Shadow War stuff. Like they had to do so much manual work to make the actual Shadow War work, besides just the spawns and stuff, to make sure that we all had our progress bars. And by Shadow Wars, I'm including like the Othanoon Gate, the different all the stuff with Turner and the transmuters, everything that led up to the Shadow War 2, right? That whole span of time. Like, what if they had the proper UI, the proper systems to kind of make that into a big campaign? And that's what they should be working towards. That's what this should be. Is it's like all of the lessons from all of these different things, everything from invasions to Shadow Wars to the Drifter Crisis, right? These are all things that would be so cool to be like this ongoing story where we build up stuff and things unlock and there's multiple segments to it all. And then on top of that, I've been suggesting for a long time the idea of military campaigns for like faction warfare, things that make certain areas of the war zone more interesting than others, which Othanoon was definitely an experiment in. So it's like, okay, they're coming out with it, military campaigns. And we got the rules. We've gone all over the rules and stuff in previous videos and stuff like that. So here we are. All that to say, we are 6 months. Sorry, we are halfway into military campaigns. We have 60 days left, as we can see. So it's just about halfway. And so I want to look at where we're at, talk about it, and see what we can like understand what military campaigns are in their breadth, what I like, what I don't like, etc., etc. Let's go. Hold on. What else are you guys saying? When is the next Trig arc coming out? Well, that's the thing about the promise of this, right? The promise is these military campaigns are good. Then the next military campaign, they don't have to wait all the way. They could roll out a new military campaign right away if they wanted to, like a different segment. It could be a different character. You know, it doesn't always have to be the empires. They could do the pirates next. There could be Trig stuff to it, you know, whatever. Like the promise of this is super high, but there's a lot of problems with it, which we'll go into. Is Blood Harvest the next Eve thing or is Alliance tournament? They usually do it before American football season starts. I'm pretty sure AT prelims happen before Halloween. Crimson Harvest is October. So I don't remember exactly the dates for AT, but I'm pretty sure it's all before Crimson Harvest. If they allow players with good skills in corps and indie skills to ability to build and maintain corps like Risk Map using systems and agents. Well, there actually is a thing with that where like if you have the corporation skills, because like all you need to do is be the CEO and then you push a button and that changes the stats or like the like how many people can be in the corp and whatever. And so like there are people that like put together corps, so they'll join your corp, get CEO, push the button, and then give it back to you, and you'll have like all the stuff as if you had the skills when you don't. As a compulsive achievement hunter, I do appreciate being forced to do tasks I wouldn't normally do. It is the best 2-month tutorial to a game ever. Here, try this. Hated that. We'll try this. Are you, Levy? Let me ask you that, because you've now said a couple things here. How long have you been playing the game? Are you new? Okay, so we're gonna look at what campaigns are available and how we can get best into it. 3 months. Okay, well, awesome. Welcome to the game. I'm glad that you have checked out the channel and that it has helped you out. You're the one that said that, right? Yeah, but to that end though, like I wouldn't have been able to make content about the stuff if CCP wasn't doing stuff with it or FC wasn't doing stuff with it. All right, so we are we are halfway done with the military campaigns, and we can see where we are at with it. Okay, we'll start with the Amar. So the Amar have completed 9 of their tasks, which I think is still the lowest of all of them. Hold on, Caldari have 16. The Galente have 12, and the Mimitar have 13. So Amar are still the lowest, and we'll get to in a second about that, because so the way this works is that there are 44 tasks total. Now, we don't actually know all of the details per se. We just know that there are 44 tasks for each empire. The empires, like the distribution of the tasks are different between the different empires, including costs, like how much is required for it. But we haven't seen all 44 tasks for any given empire. In fact, if we come here, nope, we come, yeah, it's here. Is this the one we can change? No, hold on. Wait. Oh, there it is. All. Got it. Sorry. Okay, so Amar have had 26 of their 44 tasks released. So they're about halfway done with all their tasks. So we haven't seen all 44. I was actually hoping that we see most of all the tasks by this point, but that's not necessarily the case. Which brings me to the my biggest gripe out of this whole thing is the use of freelance jobs, because it has so many different problems. It points people potentially to the wrong systems or gets people confused with that. People have to opt into them in order to participate into them, and people don't necessarily know that there are things to do, although that hasn't necessarily been a huge problem in practice. But we don't know how many people are doing this stuff without actually getting credit for it when they could. The other problem is that you need to complete a certain number of tasks for your achievement, but you can't work on a task once it has been completed. So what's happening is, and given the fact that each task only what was I trying to say? Yeah, each task, like the expiration is the end of the whole thing. So it doesn't matter if the task comes out on the first day of the military campaign or like a week to the end of the military campaign. They will both terminate on the last day, right? Which means that it's not like each task is like an open window and then it closes again or something like that. They open and then they're open until they're completed, and then if they're not completed, they're just open the rest of the time. And so the problem that we run into is that, like, as time goes on, the tasks that are available to people are the ones that have been the hardest to complete over time, and the ones that are easy to complete are completed so fast that if you're not like on the ball about it, then you're kind of SOL. And very few people in some of these tasks are able to contribute compared to others. We'll look at a couple of examples of those. And no situation is worse than the Caldari. Because, like, sure, they're the furthest along right now, but the thing is that, like, let's look at some of the tasks that they've had. So the Caldari had to build pioneers in their bulwark station. They needed to build 240. 240 individual people had to go to a Caldari bulwark system and build one pioneer. You couldn't have more. You couldn't do one person do 240. You had to have 240 individual characters all travel to a Caldari bulwark, have all the stuff to build a pioneer, and build it. Cool. The Gallente have a task to build pioneers. Build pioneers in Gallente bulwark. They've had this task for longer, but they need to have 72,000 pioneers, and they can build 6 per person. So if we open up, not only does each person have to do more, but now we've got 7,200 divided by 6. So 12,000 players, 12,000 different characters is going to have to go to a Gallente bulwark and build 6 pioneers. Now, I would argue that on its surface, this task is actually pretty good because it inspires people to set things up for other people, right? We see this actually in the Gallente Victory channel and stuff, where, like, because of this, people are kind of coming together to fix this. They're getting the pioneer copies in the correct location, as well as the minerals. So all you have to do is go to the bulwark, receive the stuff from them, build your pioneer, and then whatever, right? So they've made it as easy as possible, and that only happened, that kind of coordination only happened because the task demanded it. Hold on. Let me do the math again. 72,000 divided by 6. No, I did not. It's 72,000. Yeah, it's 72,000 and you only build 6. So it's going to be more than 10,000 just by the way that the math works. Yeah. No, trust me, I've had to double check my math on some of these things too, because some of them are crazy, right? And so, like, on the one hand, it's not necessarily bad. Like, I've tried to put into my head, like, all these different things. Like, okay, well, if all 4 empires have the build pioneer task, maybe the Gallente one is just, that's like, they also have a certain number of big tasks and a certain number of little tasks. So they both have the pioneer task, but for the Caldari, that's considered a little task, and for the Gallente, it's considered one of the biggest tasks, because they are focused, that it's ore and their road drone focus and blah, 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 blah. So, like, maybe that's how this works behind the scenes. And so this example, like, that might explain this particular example, right? But we have other examples too, like the Amar are still, this thing came out on like week 1. 15,000 people need to go do a level 3 or level 4 combat mission for the Amar. So it can't even be like a new player or anything like that, because you have to be able to pull yourself at level 3 or level 4 missions. mission. And then you only get to do one of them. So I need 15,000 people to go out of their way to go and do a mission. So the mission runners they all get to do one, and that counts. But like people are having to move their equipment to do missions, do their one mission, and then leave. Like that's okay, but we need 15,000 people to do it in order to accomplish this task. Meanwhile, the Caldari that's advanced combat mission. The Caldari could do 2 level 4. They can't do level 3 missions, but only level 4 missions. But they need to do 2 of them, and they need 1,197 total, which meant they needed about 500 to 600 people to do it in order to complete it. But what's bizarre about this, and I am sort of cherry picking, but if you look at all of the Caldari tasks, there's the biggest reason why they've completed as many as they have is because of the requirements, right? Build core axes to 1,400. So only 600 people needed to do this one, or 700 people or whatever. For Pioneers, we looked at that. Plexing, I mean, this is going to get done, but this is 12 per person for 2,700. So the point is that like a less than 1,000 dedicated characters could have done like so many of these things. So much so that some of these are actually too small. Only 475 people got to do this courier mission. You get to do one courier mission, but only 475 people get to do it. Everybody after that, pound sand. The building of core axes, 2 people, again, about 700 people there. Combat mission, any combat mission takes 1. This one actually took 1,400 people, so that one's okay. That's a bigger task. Remember, the other one was 15,000, so another factor of 10 above that, for the record. Kill hostiles in high sec, 100 of them, so you only need 950, less than 1,000 people to complete that one. Basic courier mission, 350, 400 people to complete that one. Hacking Caldari low sec, 100 people to do that one. Caldari high sec. This one's actually a bigger number. Hold on. $29,925 divided by 42. 712. So yeah, the point is that like the bigger concern, especially with some of these tasks are kind of crazy. Like the courier mission in particular, but also there's a couple of these that went by so fast that like most players wouldn't have even been able to participate. It was less than a day to complete them. And that sucks because like a lot of people are like, oh, they got it on easy mode. But in my opinion, that means that anybody who's going for the Caldari title is on hard mode, because anything that's remotely easy is snapped up instantly. And everything that's left is going to just be stuff that's like very difficult to participate in. All of the easy ones are snapped up. Like we have available right now. What do we have? We have faction warfare. So all these ones are faction warfare with the little doodad. So we have build Vespas. Okay, so there's a manufacturing one that you could do right now, and that's 50 of them. This is actually a big task. This is a big task. Hold on. But so this one could fail for them potentially. But the thing is that like for a lot of these tasks, if you're going to want, like if you wanted to try to get into it right now, you would have to do, because they've already completed 16. There's only 44. You need 20. So you could miss 8, I think, of all of the tasks that are available in order to get the top title right now. All the easy ones are taken. And that could potentially continue to happen. So if you want to get this, you literally have to like look every single day to see if there's a quick thing to snap up. It's not a matter of like you showing up and being like, okay, well, what needs to be done now? You have to be paying attention to these things as they come out in order to like try to like be one of the 100 or several hundred, couple hundred people maybe that get some credit for it. Meanwhile, the Amarr have completed 9 tasks. Their Pioneer was only 240. So yeah, again, okay, great. They got this one for easy, but only 240 people got credit for this one. So like this could have been what is easy for us to complete in a meta is actually a problem for people, for the individual who is trying to perform this stuff. And what it ends up doing is either you can dedicate a ton of effort and time into keeping up with all of this, or it just exhausts you. This military campaign, like, or it burns you out in some sort of way. One of the things I'm doing now is I'm actually going to wait till later on to see. I've gotten a few from each of them or whatever, and I want to see how many of them I can complete deeper into it, because I think that by the problem is that as the season goes on, like the things that are needing to happen kind of are only the suckiest ones. You can't just pick off the ones that are kind of nice. But is there IGCs that help people with bulwark jobs and tasks? Yeah, there's 4 Galente Victory, and there was the Minmatar Fleet are doing stuff for the Minmatar side. Beyond that, I'm not 100% sure about the other empires. Why doesn't CCP give a guide or a link to channels of players guide new bros? Well, I mean, A, they do that somewhat. B, they want us to figure out some of it. But the real problem with these tasks, honestly, if you want my thing about it, is that, like, I've always wanted FC, CCP to integrate more with the lore, to like give it all more like purpose and to make these kinds of grander things. But like the thing I hadn't considered is like, what if it also just isn't that great, right? Like we're talking about all these little technical issues about the actual performance of doing these tasks. But on top of that, the problem is that this feature sells that we are helping the Empire achieve their goals. And you can see that progress, right? They've put up stuff. They've put up landmarks in various locations based on our progress to kind of show, look at what the empires are doing with it. But the problem is that there's nothing in the tasks that suggests that why this helps accomplish the goals, right? And I do appreciate the fact that, like, the tasks, I'm okay with the fact that the tasks by and large reward things that already people do, faction warfare, missions, manufacturing, etc. I think that a certain percentage of the tasks should do that, should be built on that idea where it's like, oh yeah, make sure you do a little bit of mission running, make sure you do a little bit of mining, whatever. I think that it's good that a fair chunk of the tasks involve faction warfare, because that like seems to directly relate to their interests and stuff like that. But there's no like they need more tasks that are monumental or more direct and show kind of what's going on. And I think that like it's okay for the tasks to unlock over time. I feel like the fact that the tasks unlock over time would be better if they were in context, i.e. they're in stages. So, yeah, like supporting specific corps or agents to unlock the story in the game. Exactly. So like a good example of this was like the building of the Othanoon Stargate, right? You had to, actually, hold on. Let me think about that. No, well, technically I would say like the better one would be like the Shadow War in general, right? Because like you had 2 different tasks. The first phase, well, there's three phases actually. The pre-phase was the Othanoon Stargate / Turner thing, which was like based on ownership of those systems and accomplishing those tasks, gave the teams a leg up, right? So the Caldari succeeded in their, there was a manufacturing task for the Stargates where both Caldari and the Gallente were given special rocks to mine and bring to a specific location in Losec in order to build their Stargates. The Caldari were able to build theirs and interdict the building of the Gallente one, and so that got locked out. And then on top of that, there was a data collection phase where there was a bunch of data sites that had trig data, and then that trig data was collected and turned in for either the Caldari or the Gallente. And once again, the Caldari succeeded and the Gallente did not. And so what that meant was when we went into Shadow War, the Caldari had the novel transportation technology and the Gallente did not. On the other side, there was the transmuters, and the transmuters went live and were whatever, and then data was coming from all of those. And it was about control of the systems with the transmuters and ownership, or like who can turn in the most of the stellar data from the transmuter infected constellations, basically. And in that case, both the Amarr and the Minmatar succeeded, which meant when we went into phase 2, which was the beginning of Shadow War, the point was that you had to have both the stellar transmuter tech and the novel transportation tech. In the beginning, only the Caldari had the novel transportation tech, and the Minmatar and the Gallente, or sorry, Minmatar and Amarr both had the stellar transmuter tech. So you had to choose your team and then go to the team that had the tech that you need and then steal it from them. And then once you got your team up to 100% in a tech, it unlocked that tech for you, right? So like when Amarr stole enough of the tech from the Caldari to get novel transportation, they had now both, which meant that you could steal both from them now. Same as Caldari. When Caldari stole the stellar transmuter tech, once they had that finished, you could steal both tech now from the Caldari. But the Caldari only needed stellar transmuter, the Minmatar and the Amarr only needed novel transportation, and the Gallente required both. Once you had both of those technologies researched all the way to 100%, then you could build the actual shipcaster, which was a bunch of resources that had to be collected and brought to a point in order to succeed in that task. So as you see here, there are multiple stages. They come out over time, but they all speak to what's actually being done and they build off of each other. Whereas with this feels very thin. Now, obviously they could work on it more, but and there is some differences of flavor. As I said earlier, the Gallente need to build more pioneers than the other people do. I wish I knew why that was. I mean, like I could guess or whatever. And I wish that we could look at the stuff that's needing to be done and be like, oh, whatever. Like if you're trying to build a new trade hub in Amarr, then we should have to turn in a massive amount of particular minerals to that station. It not just mine it anywhere, not just put it in a bulwark anywhere, but like you have to bring a bunch of this stuff to a specific place. What happens if you have to build a bunch of pioneers, but then also turn in a bunch of pioneers or whatever, right? The whole point is that if we're going to have these tasks, now, not all of them need to be this way. Some of them should just be throwaway to be used for whatever. But I would say a certain percentage of them should be like some sort of monumental task that shows us the progress of what we're actually trying to do, right? Scan particular systems within Gallente ISEC, or acquire specific rare items in massive quantities, or whatever, right? Like there could be so many other ways to do it that this I'm terrified that this remains what they're doing, because it's like, oh well, we're just making it a fun way to give people rewards for building Valkyries. But it's like, okay, but like how does that bring us closer to the corridor, or to the whichever one? I guess Valkyrie, it would be the Sanmatar thing, or not Sanmatar, Starkmanir. Your bid on the Amarr trade hub is gold. I really hope Fenris gets to see that part. Yeah, I mean, so the thing is that like the real problem with the way that these tasks work is that like the goal of this kind of feature would be to people be like, I want to support this effort, and then I'm given things that are supporting that effort, right? And so I'm going to go and do whatever it takes. I'm going to do a little bit of mining, a little bit of mission running, a little bit of faction warfare, blah, 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 blah. But in the end, especially with some of these numbers, like that isn't actually how this is going to work. So many of these things, like especially some of these tasks are really bad. Like, damage Mimitar or angels in the war zone. So these require the enemy to be in particular ships. And this is, I think, the most egregious version of this kind of task. But this is kind of prevalent throughout a lot of these tasks, which is that to complete this task, the building the pioneer one is good because the act of getting, like, a group can coordinate the moving in of minerals, and then they can advertise to people, like it encourages people, hey, come please build some pioneers here, man. That's community building stuff. That's good. Because the natural solution for how to like engineer a solution to needing 1,700 people to build pioneers is this like big social project of like, okay, well, how do we convince people to come and participate? I can get all the minerals there. I can get all the BPCs there. But I need people to be willing to participate, right? And so that's cool. That actually encourages good stuff. But here's the problem. To build a pioneer, you don't actually need any skills. In fact, to build these pioneers, once you have the BPC, all you need to have is the location and the stuff. Hold on. I spent maybe like 90 minutes hunting low-sec ore in Matari space, fly to Amar space, and they've spawned deposits of ochre right there. Oh, no. So... where was I? So the engineered solution there is a social one where people have to like rally and like put out propaganda and stuff. So that's good. This task sucks because trying to do this task honestly would be very hard. A lot of these tasks, like the faction warfare tasks, you can just do, right? Like a lot of the faction warfare tasks, oh, I'm already going to be plexing. I might already be doing missions or whatever. I'll be killing NPCs. I'll be doing, right? Like whatever. I'm probably going to complete these tasks just by participating in faction warfare. But these require your opponent to be in specific types of ships. And this does two very bad behavioral changes. One, it puts a pressure, although a minor one at this point, on you to not fly these ships because everybody has kind of the same tasks. So that means your opponent is going to have this kind of task at some point. And so, oh, hold on. So the problem is that this is going to encourage you to not fly these ships. Now, SC has pointed out that these are some of the more popular ships in the militia, Navy ships especially. You build a bunch of them. So like obviously militiamen are going to be in a lot of these ships some of the time. But there is a pressure now to not do so if you want to not help your enemy in completing their tasks. Why not make a contract with items so people don't take advantage of a limit of one bundle per pilot to build pioneers for profit? I can do it if you want. Well, yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of, there are projects to make this happen. Like I said, the Forgalente Victory Channel, for example, is working on it. But my point here is that with this one and several of the other ones that are like this, the actual issue here is that the optimal way to do this is by cheesing the system, right? The optimal way to do this is to have a buddy or an alt join the enemy militia and then attack them. And, you can go back and forth. And there's rep ones, there's these ones and stuff like that. There's a bunch of them that involve dealing with enemy militia or whatever, where like that requires the consistency of your enemy. And so it becomes significantly easier and just more practical to complete some of these tasks by cheesing them. And that just sucks. I'm okay with tasks that can be cheesed. Don't get me wrong. But when cheesing it becomes like the viable way to do it, because doing it legitimately is so inconsistent or challenging, then it's like you're just really encouraging people to cheese it, and that's not really that fun. So yeah, I think the tasks themselves, like the framing of military campaigns, the overall goals, the things that they're trying to do, the fact that there's like an economic campaign and all this sort of stuff, I think those are really good. I think that the idea that they get lesser versions of the consequences, even if they lose, is lame. Let them fail and let those failures resonate. But the tasks themselves and the task management of them, I feel, is the weakest part, for all the reasons that I've already listed. Now, to that end, we can see, like, so if you wanted to get into it right now, let's say you're partially through it or whatever, let's look at what's available right now. So we're halfway through. Let's see what sites are available. Like I said, we're starting with the Amar. So we have complete advanced combat missions. This one must have just started, right? Oh, well, yeah. It's no, this is the 15,000. No, did not just start. Actually, we're going to just go to opportunities here, campaigns. Yeah, we'll do it this way. I also hate the fact that there's two windows here, but I've already mentioned that before. So, okay, advanced combat missions, we looked at that one. Capture and defend plexes, so this is faction warfare, takes 18 plexes, easy to good to do, so we got one. Complete basic faction warfare mission, level 1 or 2 missions, you need 2 of them, easy to do, that's 2. Mine Crocite, so this is in low sec. It does take 19,000 units, which is quite a bit of units. You're not just going to go out there and ninja in a frigate. You can do it, but this is one of those ones that's kind of a struggle, right? Let me see what the calculator shows for the number of people that can do this one. So 11,899,650 divided by 16,190. So 735 people can contribute to this task before it is complete if everybody does the maximum amount. But it is a very hard task. That's the reason why it's only 28% of the way done. And there's also no way to know when they were created first, right? So and then my niece, which is basically the same. You're already doing it. 46,000 though, so it's almost 4 times as much units. I don't know what the M3s are off the top of my head though, so look at the time left to complete and then subtract that from 90 days. No, because the time left to complete is always just the end of the event. That's my point, is that like none of them will end before the end of the event. So everything's just remaining time is just how much time is left in the theaters of war, or in the, what is this, Cradle of War theater campaign. So then we also have Hack and Amar Losec. So this one's a good one. So this one is 3 that are totally doable, although it's 34 cans. So that's quite I mean, that's not a small day of hacking, but you could definitely do it in the next 60 days. So we got 3. Hack and Amar Losec again, 20. So you have 2 different Hack and Amar Losecs right now that you could complete at the same time, which is pretty cool. So that's 5, right? So that's actually pretty good. And then the damage in Militia Warzone, like I said, you'd have to set this one up in order to do it effectively, probably. I mean, you probably would get it over time if you do enough faction warfare, but not easily. And then destroying them in the militia. So you have to not only do damage to them, but you have to destroy them. You're going to have to destroy 6 ships. Again, it's just going to be easier if you set that up. So we're going to call that 2 cheesers. Remote repair in the war zone. Once again, easier to cheese, but I mean, you could theoretically do it, but let's just call it a cheeser. So that's 3. Build Dragoons and Amar Bulwark. This one's still available, guys, but not for much longer, 87%, but we're going to call that 6. You need to only build 6 of them, so that's 6 doable tasks and 3 cheesable tasks right now. Build Infiltrators. Once again, building is a doable task, and they need so many that it's going to last a little bit longer. So that's 7. Hack and Amar Bulwark. This is actually this is fine. The Amar Bulwark one, the sites are pretty cool, and they come in sets of 8, 9, 12, somewhere enough that you and a buddy can both do 4 at a time. So we'll call this 7. Oops. Wait. No, I messed up. Okay, yeah. Build Dragoons, build Infiltrators, Hack and Amar Bulwark. Yeah, Hack and Amar Bulwark. So there's 2 Hack and Amar Bulwark, but this one's already almost done. This one requires 36, so that's a lot more hacking in the Bulwark. But we're going to call that 7, I think it was. So there's 7 easily doable tasks and 3 cheesable tasks right now. So if you just like sat down with your buddy and was like, let's get this done, you could get the 10 for reward right now. Pretty easily. I mean, it might take you a day or 2. Where are the achievement stuff? So you could get the Pious Exchanger, Magnate Penumbral, Coercer Navy, and Augurer Navy Penumbral. If you did every one of the ones that I just registered as being easy or can be cheesed. Now, there is still another... Where are we at? All is 26. So yeah, what did we say before? 18? 18 more tasks to come out between now and then. So even if you'd have to do over half of all of the tasks that come out between now and the end in order to get the 20. And we're halfway done. So that's where Amar is at. Caldari. Again, they have less tasks now. Setting up for others to, what is this? I like the concept of manipulating the economy a little, bringing materials and building combat ships in Intaki. I agree with that. I mean, not like there's a lot of effects to here. I do like a lot of the focus on Intaki for this, for sure. I think that if anything, they could have doubled down on that a lot more. I think that just saying, oh, anywhere in the bulwarks would be fine. I think that you should have to turn in a bunch of stuff in Intaki, just like you have to turn in a bunch of stuff in Amar, or, you know, whatever. Any rate. Okay, so build Vespas. So 1 easy one, defend and capture complexes, 2 easy ones. That's only 12, so that's no problem there. A second defend and capture complexes, so that's 3 easy ones right now. Wow. An advanced faction warfare mission, level 3 or level 4 faction warfare mission. Not tremendously easy, but like definitely doable, like T3 cruiser or whatever. So 4. 1 cheesable one, 2 cheesable ones that are both the exact same. Wait, this one does 6 and this one does 12, but they're both whatever. I'm not going to complain about Caldari too much today. Where were we at? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, then 2 cheesy. And then hacking Caldari space, 30 cans. This is actually really, really easy. You could just do it, like, you could do this in the rookie systems, no problem. So that's 5, right? 5. Crokite's not easy. Nice, it's not easy. Remote repair in the war zone is cheesy. So 5 easy, 3 cheesy, which means the Amar are the furthest behind right now, but you could complete 10 tasks by either it being easy or cheesy to do But with the Caldari, it's only 8 because of how many of their easy tasks have already been completed. And, you know, they even some of these tasks are also pretty close to being completed. And so the door is actually closing on the Caldari. Because again, also, like, if they continue to be easy, then you the thing is that there's more Caldari players than anything else. So it's not even like they're compensating in the wrong direction, right? There are more people engaged with Caldari than any other empire, and yet their tasks reward the fewer people, which is very bizarre. I don't know if it's like they're trying to spread people out or whatever, but like it's legitimately very annoying to try to do this for the Caldari right now, I think. Yeah. So then to go back, let's keep going to the Gallente. We have 11 available. Build Pioneers, easy. Capture and defend plexes. They only need 18, so that's fine. Oh, yeah, we should just go like this. Wrong one. All right. So Mine Pyro, this is easy, except isn't this one weird? Like you can't do it in Gallente systems or whatever. There's one of them that was weird, but maybe it's done now. Either way, Mine Pyro, it's a lot, but it's in a high sec, so just go mine for a couple hours. So that's easy. Complete basic combat mission. You need to do one level 1 or level 2 mission. This one needs 9,500 people. This is actually a really good one because like it needs a lot of people, but it's only a level 1 or 2 mission. That's why it's already 78% done. This is probably the best sweet spot mission task that I've seen so far. We're going to call that 2. Defend and capture plexes. You need 18 for that. Complete basic faction warfare missions. 4 for that. Level 1 or 2. That's easy. So 4. Mine Dark Ochre is not easy. My Niece is not easy. Well, Dark Ochre, you could even probably find that in... Oh, it has to be in low sec. And then this is one cheesable one. Cheesable 2. Cheesable 3. Build Pioneers is 5, and Hack and Pull Work is 6. So 1, 2, 3. So what was it? 6 easy ones and 3 cheesable ones. There's only 2 of them here that are hard of the 11 opportunities that are available. So once again, like if you want, I would say that this is even easier than some of the Amar ones, like to get back up to speed with these. Also, I have also completed several of these, but these are all completed tasks, I think. Yeah, of all of the tasks that I've done on this character haven't been completed, or have all the ones that I have completed personally on this character have also been completed collectively. And they've seen 25 of their tasks total. So they have what? 19 left? And that's the thing, is that like they got a lot of problem with like not being far along, but as you can see, all their tasks are relatively doable in comparison. It's just either numbers or, you know, whatever. That's one of the reasons why the Caldari or the Gallente aren't too far behind. Then Starkmanir, the Mimitar one, does have 13 objectives, but they've also, so they've had 24 objectives shown. And so they have build Valkyries, so that's 1. Gosh darn it. I need to double check this because I did complete several of these too. These aren't still going on, right? These are all finished? Oh, no, yeah, okay. Whatever. You and I don't know how to read this stuff sometimes. Okay, so defend complexes, 8, that's fine. Defend complexes again, 12, that's fine. Complete a faction warfare mission, any of them, that's easy. Destroy hostiles in Mimitar high sec, almost done. You're gonna, this is gonna be hard to count because like you need 50 of them, and this is gonna be done by the end of the day. Let's not even count that one for now. We will, because there's Amar had some ones that were almost done. Nice for skipping. Damage Amar Militia, that's cheesable. Cheesable. So that's 2, 3 cheesable. 2 destroys though. 6 and 12. But that can be done at the same time. So total is 12. So it's 2 cheesable. Build Valkyries, that's easy. And then hack and Mimitar Bulwark, totally doable. So 10 missions. The only one that isn't is Nice. So again, like, if you want to get there, there's like 9 different opportunities that you could complete without mining in low-sec. Not necessarily the greatest spot. So then we can look at what's coming up next. Upcoming, the Amar have more plexes, destroying Capsuleer ships, so that's going to be probably the same kind of cheesiness. And then manufacturing. The Caldari get, as they're upcoming, only 1, destroy non-Capsuleers, so killing rats. They also have the most tasks shown. They have 27. Amar have 26. Mimitar have Caldari or Galente have 25, and Mimitar have 24. So that's interesting, because like they've done the most, but they've also had the most tasks. And Starkmanir have 13, while the Caldari have 16, but the Starkmanir have only 24 tasks when the Caldari have 27. This is my thing. Like, if CCP isn't going to get their hands dirty and like have these live world shaping things, like, that's fine. The game survived that long without it. But like, if you're going to do it, then you're going to be criticized for it, right? Like, if they had actually just made them all the same, then we could at least say that it is fair. If they wanted to balance it, so maybe like, oh, well, the Caldari always do the best, so maybe we give them harder tasks or more to do because we know that they have like bigger, they've outperformed in every single event that we've done in the last 10 years. So we're going to give them more of a thing. Like, sure, people might criticize that as being like finger on the scale, but it also, you could justify that as being a thing. By having these guys all require different numbers of tasks, FC has absolutely opened themselves up to criticism of favoritism. And the worst thing that comes out of all of this is this accusation that the event is scripted. And at this point, unfortunately, like, if the Amar fail and the Caldari succeed, it's going to be very difficult for FC to argue that it wasn't scripted. Not because of the fact that like not because it was totally scripted or whatever, but more that like the Amar were set up to fail. Because so it's one thing if we're able to like overcome and accomplish it, but at this point the lore has been shitting on Amar's progress the whole time, and the Amar have had tasks like fucking get 17,000 people to complete, or sorry, 15,000 people to get a mission done, or whatever. Like, if the Amar fail because their tasks take so much more than everybody else in too many cases, then people are going to just rightfully be upset and be like, oh, well, this was all just doomed to fail in the first place. It doesn't feel like the players' momentum to support the Empire. I mean, yes, to a certain extent, that's going to be what gets us across the board. And we do see that in some places with stuff. We don't see very much of it, honestly. We don't see as much as I would have thought when it comes to like rallying people to the cause and doing propaganda to do stuff, because the tasks don't necessarily support it. There's a couple things here and there, like the building the pioneers, or really the building tasks, are really good at like rallying people behind it. But like the way that these tasks are oriented aren't really designed around the idea of like, okay, well, get people to come join faction warfare with you now, or whatever, because they're like, the amount of contribution that anybody needs to do, it's designed to be like dip in, dip out. It's designed to be cheese. It's designed to not be engaged with as like an on a like an organizational level. Um, and so it doesn't like create the sense that you are working together to accomplish something, which is what this is really supposed to try to do. Also, the Amar barely made it into the Drifter Hives. Like, they knew the player numbers were a bit lacking. Galente 2 did worse, but Galente had a little bit easier than the Amar. Well, the Amar got a hole. Who is the leader of the Amar? I mean, that's so Pi largely, but then there's other. That's the thing, is that Amar have some pretty serious RPers, but so honestly, Amar are actually pretty organized when it comes to these kinds of things most of the time. But the thing is that, like I said, these tasks are not really something that you organize for, right? Especially with the fact that a lot of them are completed ahead of time. Outside of these little exceptions, like the manufacturing one, there's not something that like we propagandize to get people to go do. In fact, other people finishing the task in some of these cases is bad for you, because if too many people, only so many people get to complete the task. So, I meant that Galente during this campaign have it easier than the Amar. I mean, there are different examples. I mean, like, they all have hard tasks and easier tasks. But the point is that we don't get to see all of the tasks throughout the whole thing. So we don't get to measure them all. This feels like almost the worst version of how this could have been done. The tasks don't feel like they're going anywhere. They set you up to feel like there's a disparity between the different empires and their goals, and it all together just doesn't make players feel like, I'm like, what are we going to do tonight? We're going to participate in the military campaign. Like, that doesn't happen in the same way that, like, we're participating in Shadow War, or we're participating in invasions, or we're participating in the Drifter Hive stuff, right? All of those were a thing to participate in, the thing to do. This is like, what random task is the thing of the day? Which makes it much more like the daily system, which also has been terrible at latching my brain onto, even when they made them all the same, so that way you could team up to go do them. They're still not something to coordinate on, right? It'd be not so nice if, like, especially these one-off ones, they should be something bigger, right? Like, participate in an iHub bash, run a rogue drone fabricator site, right? Those should be like one time. A mission, maybe you should have to do 10 or 20 missions in order to be able to do it, because nobody wants to set aside time to do one level 4 mission, right? That isn't how you think about the game. And these tasks have failed to become a thing to do, to organize for, to rally for. And all it is just this marathon of random bullshit tasks that you're going to have to do for just the achievement and the title, which that alone is fine, but that needs to be a piece of the puzzle. And the rest of the puzzle is just not there yet, in my opinion. But I want to know what you guys think. There's so much potential, but I personally feel that it being tied to the rules of they made opportunities, and then they made freelance jobs, and like, they built those tools for players to use for other players. And so there's a lot of constraints in those. And a lot of those constraints appear to have been adopted by these military campaigns. And I think that there's a lot more work that needs to be done to make these things feel like part of the universe. Because the thing is that people want to do this stuff to feel engaged, to feel immersed, to feel like they're doing something for the empires. You're selling them on a living universe and then giving them the most gamified version of Eve that we've ever seen. This is the nightmare scenario for players that have been complaining about CCP focusing on PvE for years and years. And the fact that, like, there isn't any meaning behind it per se. It's just like this incredibly poorly synthesized extra layer of reward to try to convince people to go out there and do mining and mission. It's cold and soulless. Exactly. This is, like I said, the exact thing that people have always been worried about when it's comes to, like, I don't want CCP to be telling me what I have to do, right? I don't want to have to just go mine because I want to get the achievement or whatever, right? This is the very thing that they were kind of complaining about or afraid of. Like, this is the reason between why this is not great and why, like, Invasions was great. It's because, like, that is a meaningful change that players can see that their efforts are going towards it. We were building stuff so that way we could do invasions. We were moving equipment so we could do the invasions. We were trying, all so that we can succeed in the different, there's an operation that required collaboration and coordination and effort and storytelling and, whatever. And that's where the majesty came from. This is like none of that. And it's just the free to play gotcha game, modern gamification, checklist. Haha, if you run a courier mission and 5 things and build a bunch of dragoons, then Amar will get a trade hub. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying that the people that want to complain about it and be cynical about it have a really good point right now. And that sucks. And I hope that it gets better, but that's my feelings about it. But let me know what you guys think. We're at 2 hours in. That's fine. We're still going to do the mining guide today. All right, so let me know. This is going to wrap things up for the edited video. So if you're watching this live, stick with it. If you're watching it, whatever, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe before you do. Thank you for hanging out, because I've been Ashtarothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you all so much for hanging out. And like I said, let me know what you guys think, because I think that this feature is really, really important. I was really behind it because I thought it was a big deal. And I think that, like, the future of EVE Online is very much, like, the quality of EVE Online is going to, at least in part, hinge on this as much as fixing nullsec or anything else might. So, like, I'm very worried about this. And so I wanted to put out my thoughts so that way, hopefully it can get improved for the next cycle or whatever. But I really want to know, am I on the mark? Am I missing anything? Let me know in the comments down below. Otherwise, I've been Ashtarothi. I want to thank my top tier supporters: 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Elite, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, Grims, May, Malak, Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mike, Morcar, Michael, Neelam, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, Friends, and Rid. Thank you all so much. Yeah, like, comment, subscribe. I've been Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden. Until next time, I'll see you in space. All right, now then. Imagine 4 new epic arcs that included a few of the objectives from the campaign. Yeah, why is there no task to go do the epic arc? For fuck's sake. Okay, sorry. Oof. Where are we going? Hold on. Karen Midgler was assassinated because she's a Sebister and was leaning forward. Oh no, you guys are doing all, like, lore stuff. Valente Victory Channel, but is there also one for the other empires? Not sure. Skins, not gonna lie, are too limiting. Need to them for Tech 2 versions of the ships. Yeah, I would agree with that with these especially. Background notwithstanding, he's an ex-defiant. No, who? Sanmatar, Mouzi Shakur? He's very militant. I think there's no epic arc test because epic arc cooldown 3 months, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, but they just came out with a new epic arc. Nobody had done it yet. If that had been one of the initial tasks, nobody would have it on cooldown. It would have been the initial task on day 1. Everybody should go run the Theater of War campaign. That's one of the tasks. See, my point is that this framework is so good but they put no fucking thought into getting value out of it with the actual tasks themselves. There we go. I just argued for an hour, and there's my short, I think. Give them one-time cooldown to do tasks. I mean, they've done that before too. They've shortened cooldowns of the epic arcs for that. But like I said, if you make it the Vision of War one, then nobody has it on cooldown. All right. Now then, let us jump into the next thing. All right, we are going to do the mining guide now. Let's see how it works. We'll see how far into it I get. Actually, hold on. Ready? Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashdrathi, the voice of New Eden, and this is your mining guide in 2026. So a lot has happened to mining, especially recently. There was the expansion, the Catalyst expansion that happened, I think it was last year, that really added a lot of depth, extra depth to mining and whatnot. But also mining is just one of those things that a lot of people get into as the first thing that they get into. And so, you know, I've made fitting guides and other sort of guides for like Yeet exploration and stuff like that. And I figured it was time for me to make a master guide on on mining and EVE Online. And I think that we should, knock on wood, be able to get this done pretty easily. But what we're going to do is we're going to first cover all of the different types of ships that we will use for mining and why. And then we're going to talk about the equipment that will be used in mining in different ways. And then finally, we will be talking about where to do mining, the locations for mining in different ways. So let us jump into it with equipment. With ships rather. So we're going to open up the, also I'm going to be trying to do this as much in EVE Online as possible. I do have some infographics to show off, but hopefully this will be an opportunity to kind of show you how I use things like the fitting tool, compare tool, and all that stuff too. So if you have any questions or anything, comments below, please put it in the comments. And of course, if you learn anything today, please like the stream or the video. That would be very, very handy, and share it with a friend, because that's how we get people to be better players. All right, so if we go into the ship area and go to ship tree, we will see the Outer Ring Excavations is one of these groups. It's one of the bottom ones. Nope, it's one of the top ones. Top right, or Outer Ring Excavation. This is where all of the dedicated mining ships are, pretty much. Now, you do not need to necessarily mine in one of these mining ships. There are several people that mine in battleships. Technically speaking, the Vexor even has bonuses for mining drones. You can mine in basically any ship that you want to strip a laser onto, or strap a laser onto. But there is a good reason why you don't really want to do dedicated mining outside of these mining ships. So we're going to look at them. They're divided into, now this lower group is kind of utility and stuff. We'll get to those later. The main line is up here. So we have frigates, destroyers, and barges, okay? So frigates and destroyers, much like with normal ships, are kind of one class. They use one kind of high slot module to do their mining. And then mining barges and exhumers are kind of like cruisers. So they're bigger. They use, you know, high cruiser size stuff, including cruiser size high slots to do their mining. So to begin with, you will start with the Mighty Venture. And in order to see what it can do, we just go to Simulate Ship. So the Venture has 2 high slots. You're going to see this a lot in mining, which means it can have 2 different mining lasers. And it has some bonuses. And now these bonuses, the 2 reasons why mining vessels are important is because of the bonuses that they provide, and then also the ore hold that they have. Okay, they have a dedicated ore hold. So the Venture here, you can see, nope. We have a 5% bonus to mining yield per skill level. So that's a 25%, so a quarter bonus to mining if you have the frigate maxed out. And then the 5% reduction in gas scoop duration. Well, gas is one of the 3 types of mining. We have 4 types of mining. We have asteroid ore, moon ore, ice, and gas. Okay, so basically the 3 moon ore, asteroid ore, and ice all use normal mining concepts, and then gas uses gas stuff. So in this case, the bonus to mining yield means that it's going to increase the amount that you pull in per cycle with your asteroids and your moon ore, whereas the gas scoop duration makes it so you cycle faster, so that way you scoop the stuff sooner. Part of the reason why this is, we'll get into when we talk about the actual equipment, but just realize that this is just making both of your, like all the kinds of mining, except for ice, a little bit better for Venture. Ventures don't do ice. They're too small to do ice. Now the Venture is the Tech 1. We have the Navy faction. Now this is going to be true for both the Venture Consortium issue and the Pioneer Consortium issue. Consortium issues are newer, but they are based around the idea of critting, okay? So let's talk a little bit about the mechanics of mining. You will lock a rock, and you will use your laser on it, and at the end of that cycle, it is going to pull out a certain amount of rocks out of that asteroid and put it into your cargo hold or ore hold, right? Then it's going to make, well, actually, before it does that, it makes a couple of checks. It checks to see if you have what's called waste or residue, right? And if you trigger your waste, then it basically destroys as much rock as it pulls out. So, but it'll extract a certain amount, and then it'll destroy the same amount if it can. So if there's 100 units in the rock, you pull out 10 and it triggers waste. Then you pull out 10 and 10 more is destroyed. The rock now has 80. If there's no waste, you pull out 10, then there's 90, right? But if there's like, say, 18 units left in the rock and you extract 10 and there's waste, you will extract 10 and it'll destroy 8. And then that's just the end of the rock. And so it's destroyed. Okay. So that's waste. The other thing that can happen is now critting. Okay. So in the same way that there's a percentage chance to waste, which is usually dependent on what level of equipment you're using, there's also a chance to crit. And so in the same way that waste destroys extra rocks, critting generates free rocks, right? So in that same environment, if you have 100 units in the rock and you mine 10 and it crits, then you actually mine 20, but the rock still has 90 within it because it only removes 90 from the rock and then gives you that extra 10 or whatever it is for the crit for free, okay? And so to that end, you can see that the Venture here, the normal Venture, has no bonuses at all to crit chances or anything, but the Venture Consortium issue not only gets the mining and the gas scoop bonuses, they get a tanking bonus as well as this bonus to crit chance to increase how often you crit. And likewise, the Pioneer, the base Pioneer doesn't have any bonus to that, but the Pioneer Consortium issue has this crit chance bonus to increase the critting. So in a lot of ways, the Consortium issue version of the ship is just to make it a little bit better at critting. However, then there's also the Tech 2. So when you get to Tech 2, this is about, now, like the Venture is about being super cheap. With Tech 2, it's about being squirrely. And so there's 2 different ways of being secretive and squirrely. The Prospect goes with a covert ops cloaking device. So it can use a covert ops cloaking device. It can do everything a covert ops cloaking device can do. So it can fly through it can use a black ops bridge. It can warp while it's cloaked. It does all the normal covert ops cloaking stuff, but it does require covert ops cloaking to use. The other one, the Endurance, does not allow covert ops cloaking, but it does have a big reduction in cloaking, and it does not have a ship velocity penalty while cloaked. So it's actually designed to be able to move around while cloaked. It just doesn't warp while cloaked. The Endurance is more focused around mining ice, while the Pioneer or Prospect is more about just mining in dangerous areas in general. So this also goes into the kind of defenses that they have, which is the difference. So with the Venture, its primary defense is in its warp core strength. It is a +2 warp core strength, which means just a standard warp core disruptor or a warp disruptor or warp scrambler, a single one of them cannot stop your ship. Even if you've been scrammed, you can still warp off. They need to have either two. Well, they need to have 3 points or 2 scrams or a scram and a point, or a faction or some other reason why they have an additional warp core scram in order to pin you down in a Venture. And then on top of that, the Venture can have a warp core stabilizer, which adds an extra 2 points of warp core stability. So that would give you a total of 5. So while that still can be caught by plenty of things, that is one of the highest levels of warp core stability that you can have. And most people that just try to catch you really quick won't have enough warp core disruption to actually stop you. So the Venture relies on its warp core stability to be able to still warp even if it's being tackled. And then of course the Consortium issue continues that bonus, although it does get the shield boost bonus too. The Expedition frigates lose that bonus, so they're relying on their extra things. So the Prospect relies on its covert ops cloaking device, and the Endurance, its big bonus is the fact that actually it has a bigger yield bonus. So you can see like it has 100% bonus to yield in the roll bonus here. It has 100% bonus to yield here, 100% bonus to yield here. This one has a 300% bonus to yield because the Endurance is designed to only use 1 laser while the other ships all use 2. So it has to compensate for that. That's why it's a little bit better for ice, and it's better at like sneaking into places like shattered wormholes. But it doesn't have that covert ops cloak, but it does have that speed while cloaked. So for instance, if you jump into a gate camp and you are trying to like prop back to the base while cloaked, you're going to be traveling a lot faster in the Endurance than elsewhere. So it just has a different bonus to what keeps you alive, but it's not necessarily as protected as, say, the Prospect, right? But the other thing to look at is if we can open up this and put these all in the compare tool by going to variations and hit compare all. And we can see, we'll do it vertical today. We can see here that there are several other things that get changed as well, including drone capacity. This is important because drones are the principal defensive mechanism for mining ships. And anytime you're mining, no matter where you are pretty much, it has a way of triggering NPCs to spawn. So like, for instance, if I'm going to go ninja spawn in low-sec, for example, one of the biggest problems I run into is that the rats that spawn are too scary for like a Venture to tank or whatever. So you need to have some defenses sometimes. These can also be ECM drones in the event of you want to try to get away from a person. But the Prospect gives up all of their drones to be able to be a Prospect. The Endurance gets 30 M3 of drone capacity. The Venture Consortium issue gets 40 M3 of drone capacity, which is crazy. It actually means that it could theoretically fight. That's capacity, not bandwidth. My bad. So it's 10, 10, and 15. So it's two light drones for the Venture and Venture Consortium, 3 light drones for the Endurance. But the Venture Consortium has 40 M3 of bay, so they have 4 flights versus the Venture's 1 flight. My bad. And the Endurance is 2 flights. So that is one difference between them. But the other bigger one that a lot of people will note is this mining hold capacity, right? Because so the idea is that all of these mining ships have a dedicated mining hold. And this is a big piece of what makes it all possible because rocks are big. And so it's not just mining the stuff, it's also carrying around the stuff. The bigger your cargo hold, the longer you can go before you need to either compress or drop things off or whatever you do. And so bigger cargo hold can become very critical to how valuable, especially if you're going to be using these things for ninja mining, which again, the reason why you use these ships is often because of the fact that you're doing it in like a dangerous area or like, you know, whatever. Otherwise, if you can, you'd like to use a barge, but these are fast and nimble and hard to catch. So, you know, a Venture has only 5,000 M3 of cargo space, still bigger than pretty much even industrial ships that people will find like as a newer player, 5,000 M3 for ore is pretty good. But if we see, the Endurance has 19,000, the Venture Consortium has 6,250, and the Prospect has 12,000. So this larger ore bay, as well as the potentially higher amounts of mining, is the big reason why you want to go for these higher end frigates. But the Venture is great as a cheap throwaway, etc., gets you in the gate. If you're going to do something dangerous, like in low sec, this can be really good. You know, whatever. Or gas huffing. Gas huffing is a very, very big role for the Venture, which we'll get to when we get to that a little bit. All right. So then that is the frigate level ships. The destroyer level ships are kind of the same way, sort of. So we have all of the destroyers, by the way, are new, and they all came out at the same time. So in the case of the Venture, you had the Venture come out, and then you had the 2 expedition frigates come out, and then most recently was the faction one. Well, in this case, all of the destroyers came out at the same time, and it was at the same time as the faction one. So they're much more kind of tightlier balanced, as it were. So we can compare all and see that. So again, like the Pioneer Consortium issue has that extra crit bonus and tank survivability, that shield booster amount, as well as the crit chance. The Perseverance was a special edition ice ship that gets given out, or got given out, during the winter event. So we're going to kind of skip over this, but it is basically a highly specialized ice mining destroyer, which is important because, as I mentioned earlier, ice frigates, like the Venture, can't actually mine ice. So this becomes, one of the nicer small ships that can mine ice without being Tech 2 like the Endurance. But the Pioneer Consortium issue has that crit bonus. And then the Outrider is actually a totally different kind of ship. It is a command ship. It does boosts. So while it does have the mining capabilities, it's mostly focused on doing the command side of things, which we'll talk to when we get to that side of things. But it lets you basically allows you and your allies mine better, as well as having what's called a booshing ability, what we call that, which is the micro jump field generator. So it can forcibly move itself and everybody within 6 kilometers of it 100 kilometers away. So this can be used to save a fleet. It can be used to catch a fleet. It can be used in a lot of different ways. So the Outrider is kind of like a utility focused mining ship that still has mining capability. All of the other utility focused mining ships, like the Orca and them, rely on only their mining drones for mining. The Outrider is a miner in its own right, but it also brings those boosts, but it doesn't bring compression, which again, we'll get to that when we get to that. But we can see here with this, the mining hold capacity for these, the Pioneer is 8,000, so it's already bigger than the Venture. And then the Consortium issue is 10,000, 21,000 for the Perseverance, and 20,000 for the Outrider. Now we can see like the difference in yield between these. We can say here, simulate ship. That's charges. We take a mining laser mining laser 2 miner. It's called a miner. And we fill this up. We will see that we get, by default, with no extra doodads or whatever, with my skills, which I think I have max skills for this. I'm getting, but either way, it's going to be the same skills for all the different stuff. So I'm getting 3.9 meters per second, M3 per second per laser. So that's a total of, let's call it 8 M3 per second. If I go to the Consortium Navy issue, sorry, the Venture Consortium issue, we see that we have the same amount. Okay, well, that makes sense. But if we move over to the Pioneer, we see that we actually have 3 lasers. The Destroyer has 3 lasers, And this is what's weird. Just the destroyers have 3 lasers, while the frigates and the mining barges have 2. So, but the bonuses are not as much. So we can see I have 2.6 times 3. So that's almost 8 or so. So basically about the same amount of ore being mined, whether it's a venture or a pioneer. I think you can eke out a little bit more from a pioneer, especially with boosts and other things that are able to, because, you know, well, either way. But also you have that extra cargo space. So the pioneer and the venture are pretty well throughput equal comparatively. It's just the pioneer gets 3 lasers instead, which can help with crits and stuff, but also has that bigger bay. But then if we go to like the prospect, for example, we can see that it has 4.9 M3 per one. So that's almost 10 M3 per second in the what are we again? In the prospect. So you can see that the Tech 2 is actually just way better as far as yield when it comes to this sort of stuff. The Tech 2 frigates are real mining ships, while the Tech 1s are kind of still pretty low level, entry level stuff. All right. So that's kind of the frigates and stuff. So then we have the mining barges. Now the mining barges are a lot simpler. Well, basically there's 3 different kinds of mining barges, okay? And there's a Tech 1 and a Tech 2 version. So there's the mining barge and the exhumer for each of these versions. And they focus on one of the 3 things that makes a good mining ship: yield, bay, and defensive capabilities, okay? So yield is just raw throughput, how much ore I can harvest per second. The bay is how big my ore bay is, how often I need to deal with my ore, how quickly I fill up my ore bay, etc., etc. So more ore bay means more AFKable tasks. And then the final one is how defensible it is, okay? Which obviously, you want to be a tough nut to crack, that's the good one to go. So in this case, we start with the procurer, which is, no, sorry. We're going to start with the coveter, because the coveter is the yield. Does the mining chipset work on strip miners too? It says mining lasers. Yes. Anything that says working on mining lasers also works on strip miners, okay? I'm pretty sure. I can't think of a single exception to that fact. So if it says mining lasers, it also includes strip miners. Yeah, run if you see a clone soldier. That's a good point. Okay, so we're going to start with yield. The coveter, actually, no, we're going to start with defensiveness. The procurer. The procurer is the tanky one. And you can tell because it's bonuses. So its bonuses is, it gets bonuses to hit points. It has a 2% per level to yield, so a total of 10%. As well as a reduction in duration of ice harvesters of 10% and of gas harvesters of 10%. So again, it's just a 10% bonus across the board. It's just ice harvesters and gas, you reduce the cycle time, for ore, you increase the yield. But then we also see it has a 50% bonus to drone damage and hit points, whereas the other two, the next would be the retriever, which is more for like AFK ability. We have a 3% bonus to strip miner yield versus the 2%. So, wait, sorry, compared to the 2%. So 3% yield, so half again as much, so 15% total. But then that extra bonus does not go into ice or gas because those are in the roll bonuses. If you look in the roll bonuses, there's that negative 12.5% ice and gas. Roll bonus, by the way, the top bonus you get per skill level. A roll bonus only applies once, so that's why. So it doesn't matter if you're minimum or maximum skills, you still are going to get the same roll bonus. So in the end, the retriever is going to be going to be faster than the procurer at mining. Faster than the procurer at mining. And also, if we look here, it has a cargo bay, an ore hold of 27,500, whereas the Procurer has 1,600. So 16,000. 16,000. So 16,000 is already better than all of those frigates and destroyers, right? But the Retriever, which has the best one, is at 27.5, and that's unmodified. If we look, it also has a bonus of 5% to ship or hold capacity. So if I simulate this ship, here's the kicker. If you simulate the ship and then open up the information here, you get to see the ship stats with all of your bonuses applied. So in this case, my mining hold is at 34,375. That's a very large ore hold. So that's the Retriever, which is the Tech 1. Hold on. So again, but the Retriever is lacking those tanking bonuses, right? This thing has the hit point bonuses, and it also has that drone damage and hit points bonus. This one doesn't have that either. So more tanky and better drones, less tanky, more yield, more cargo bay, a lot more cargo bay or ore hold. Then there's the Coveter. The Coveter is the yield focused one. So we see that it has the same 3% here, but it also has the 3% in the ice and gas per level. So 15 for maxed out in all of those. Plus it also has an additional bonus to range. So it can eat up more things further away. And then on top of that, it still has the 30% ice harvester duration and 25% strip miner duration and activation costs and 30% gas harvester duration. So it's better than the Retriever, even though it has the same base bonuses. So let's look at what this looks like in practice. If we simulate the Procurer, we're going to need strip miners instead of normal miners. We're going to use strip miner 1s. We're going to talk about why later. But we're going to use strip miner 1s for our measurements here. So the Procurer gets 5.7 meters per M3 per second. So again, we're already better than basically everything that came out of the frigate destroyer level. And so this is roughly, call it 11 meters M3 per second for this. If we head over to the Retriever, and throw in strip miners, we have 6.6 M3, which is, 13 plus. So that's better. And then if we go to the Coveter, eight. So this is 16 M3. So this is getting pretty close to literally twice as good as those frigates were able to do without pretty much any boost, which for the record, like I said, I use the Tech 2 mining lasers for the frigate, and I'm only using the Tech 1 for the mining barges. So you can already see that there's a big difference in yield, but there's also a big difference in yield between the difference between a Procurer and the Retriever. So then everything kind of steps up one notion where it goes into the Exhumer, which is the elite version of each one. So the Procurer becomes the Skiff, and the Skiff is a very nasty platform when it comes to combat, right? So it gains, it has the better shield hit point bonus. It went from, nope, it's the same. It gets the 4% bonus to all shield resistances, which resistance is the strongest tank stat in the game. And then it also keeps that 50% bonus to drone damage and hit points, so it's able to fight too. So it gets that extra resistances. It gets resistances for being T2, and on top of that, it also gets that drone damage bonus. We can compare this. To the proc, and we can see that it has gained hit points. I mean, it's better in every single way, obviously, as a Tech 2 would. It also has additional mid slots, and this is critical because mid slots are going to be your tank, right? So it has even more slots for a tank than the Procurer, which is very strong. And then, of course, it has that larger mining hold capacity. So that's the tanky version. So then we have the Retriever. The Retriever becomes the Mackinaw. So the Mackinaw goes up in, or it keeps the ore hold bonus of 5%. But it also gains the Exhumer bonus of extra capacity, shield resistances, and extra yield bonuses. So if we looked at the simulated ship of the Retriever, and it has a strip miner of 6.6. If we look at the Mackinaw, it sits at 8.0. So the Mackinaw is basically as good as at mining as the best mining barge, but it also contains within it where is it? Where is it? We compare these, we'll see that the Mackinaw has even bigger mining hold, and that's the base mining hold. So again, like the other one got even bigger when I was in it. This one, the Mackinaw, has a mining hold of, where's my show info? There. Oh, never mind. 44,296 M3. So very, very, very large. You can mine for quite a while before filling that up. And then, of course, the yield one is the Coveter, which becomes the Hulk. And the Hulk is just so much mining power. You can see it does get the bonuses to the resistances, but it's so frail compared to the others. Let's just look at the numbers. So if we simulate this and we throw the strip miners in there, it has a yield of 10.8. So yeah, the Hulk is just off the base over twice as good as basically anything that the frigates are going to come up or destroyers are going to come up with. This is the single largest mining yield in the game. Obviously, like you can build off of this with mining upgrades and boosts and all that kind of stuff. But this is the reason why like the Hulk is like the king of mining. But the thing to note about that though is that its ore hold is only 11,500. So it's actually going to fill itself up so fast. This is 350. It is 700 M3 per cycle. So like in 11 cycles, 12 cycles, 13 cycles. So 6 minutes, it's going to completely fill up its ore bay. And you can't expand ore bays, by the way. You can't, there's no low slot. You can't put in a cargo bay or anything like that. The cargo expanders do not help with ore bays. So this is why Hulks usually rely on having support of either compression or, somebody to take away the ore or whatever. It is also the most gankable ship, correct. If you want to avoid being ganked, that's why you want to stick with like the Procurer. Sorry, not the Procurer, but the Procurer and the Skiff. And then the Coveter Hulk is just being greedy, right? If you're being greedy, that's what that's for. All right, so that is the ships. Now the question is the equipment. Well, there is high slot, low slot, mid slot, and rigs that all can theoretically affect this, although less rigs. But let's look into them one at a time. We talked about this at first, and we showed off a little bit the fact that frigates use miners, and coveters and mining barges use strip miners, right? And you can't necessarily trade between the two. So, and I use strip miner 1s instead of strip miner 2s. So what's the deal with that? Well, strip miner 2s, as you can see when I load it on here, you can see it actually has ammunition. Right now, every laser has been the same. Every rock has been the same, etc., etc. But this creates crystals, and this is where a lot of the complexity of asteroid ore mining comes in. So I actually have a spreadsheet, or not a spreadsheet, but an infographic that I will post in the link down below, but also show you here. I made this infographic. It does need to be updated, so some of the crystal colors are wrong, I think, now, but I think most of the details of this is updated. I might need to update it. Somebody else can update it if they want to. But this kind of gives you an idea of the fact that, so there is one crystal that is designed for high sec, which is simple. So simple or asteroid for high sec. And that does these particular rocks, as well as Mordunium, which is these are the, we'll get to those when we get to those. So these are the high sec rocks, and they all use the simple crystals. Now, low sec rocks, rocks that generally show up in low sec, actually use either coherent or variegated. So now you're going to need to have at least 2 different crystals to swap between, depending on which rocks you're trying to mine. And then in null sec, you have complex, with Abyssal being specifically for Pachvin ore. So the only one that has like 2 of them per se is the low sec ones. But here is just a chart for all the different crystals. Now, if you go in game, you can show info on the strip miner and see the different crystals. And then you can right click on one, like simple, and it'll say Plagioclase, Pyroxeres, Scordite, Veldspar, and Mordunium, which is what my chart says. Veldspar, Plagioclase, Pyroxeres, Scordite, and Mordunium. So you can just look it up here, although they don't hot link, so sometimes it's very annoying to figure out which ones do which, sometimes in game. So there's that. And then as you can see in here, there's actually a whole bunch of extra ore too, or extra rocks too, because these things mine both normal asteroid ore and moon ore. Now, I have made those 2 things distinct in my categories, but there are a lot of ways in which they're mechanically the same and a lot of ways in which they're different. The biggest one is that they both use the same miners, but they use different crystals. So while asteroid ore has simple, variegated, abyssal, coherent, and complex. Yeah. Instead, moon ore is based on the tier of that moon, or the moon goo, either R4, R6, R32. So that would be, ubiquitous, exceptional, these other ones here, uncommon. So you're never going to use both at the same time. And you're just going to use the correct crystal for the correct rocks that you're doing. If you're going to be mining on a moon, then you're going to be using moon rocks. If you're mining in an asteroid belt or in an anomaly or something, you're going to be using asteroid crystals. Okay. And so the idea here is that if you don't have the correct script, you actually mine worse than if you have the correct script on the correct rock, right? So we can see here, if I have a strip miner 1 and a strip miner 2, this one does 5.7, this one does 4.6. So it's literally just worse than the Tech 1 one. But if I have the correct crystal inside, then it actually does 6.9. Nice. So that's higher, right? And that's only for the first tier crystal. So if you have the correct crystal, then you can mine better than a Tech 1. If you have no crystal, then it mines worse than a Tech 1. And if you have the wrong crystal, it doesn't even let you mine the rock at all. Right? So you got to have the correct crystals. And then crystals come in six different varieties, because there's 3 different kinds of crystals, and then there's Tech 1 and Tech 2. Okay? And this is where we start getting into waste. All right? Especially. Now, waste already existed up until this point. Yeah, null can have any ore depending on... I'm calling the rocks that because that's where they naturally spawn, but you're right. Different areas of space will be able to... The rules are not quite that cut and dry. We'll get to that when we get to the locations. So, okay. Let's look at these modules. So we have this. We have a miner 1. We have a strip miner 1. We have a strip miner 2. We have a miner 2. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. And when I'm looking down here, we mentioned earlier the concept of waste, residue, right? And so the idea is that there are technically different ways that this play out, but in practice, what residue means is that if residue procs, it destroys the same amount of rocks that you just extracted out of the ore, which is what we said before. So if you're just mining with a standard Tech 1 laser, you can see the standard miner 1 and the strip miner 1 both have a residue property of 0 or probability of 0. So you will never proc residue by just using basic Tech 1 mining stuff. I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check that. Yes, I just wanted to double check that being in the proc doesn't add anything. I was pretty sure it didn't, but yeah. So by switching to a Tech 2 laser, you introduce waste. So even the miner 1, or sorry, even the miner 2 has a 34% waste, but the modulator strip miner 2 also has a 34% waste. But that's where the crystals come in, right? So we can go here, we can go show info, nope, that is not what I wanted. So we can go here and we can see here are the 6 different tiers of crystals. And this is the rules here kind of apply to all of the different crystals. So we can see that there's A, B, and C crystals, Tech 1 and Tech 2. So we start with A1 over here. Oh my gosh, why can't can I, oh, I can change the order. Sweet. Well, I mean, that's better than nothing. All right, so A1, we can see adds no residue at all. So it would just be the base 34%. But if you switch to A2, it adds 3.6%. If I switch to a B1, then that adds 20%. And if I switch to a B2, that adds 30%. So it'd be what, 64% total waste probability if I'm mining with a Tech 2 mining laser using a simple asteroid mining laser crystal 2. Why would I do this? Because the yield is so much more. You can see that the yield multiplication is at 1.8, and I feel like I'm having a moment of madness. Is B crystals really only better because of the capacitor need cost? Hold on. Now I gotta see this. Hold on. So I've got A2. That's 8.3. B2 is 10.3. Okay, so what am I missing here? Oh, the duration multiplier. Got it. The B2 also reduces your duration by 20%. That's why. So your B2 is going to speed you up, your mining up by 20%, which does mean that you're still doing even more residue. So basically, the better your crystal, the more residue you get, but the more you're going to be mining in that time. Yeah, Stone, thank you. You got it too. I'm going to give you credit for that. No. And then there's the C crystals. C crystals are just offensive. They're designed to be destructive. So you can see here, they actually have a giant penalty to how much you yield. It only pulls in 1/8 of it, but then it also does this massive chance of probability. Basically, it always will do residue. And when it does, instead of doing it one time, it increases the amount that the residue damages too. So it has the plus 28% and plus 18%. So it destroys even more rocks. So C crystals are just when you want to destroy rocks. But A, A2, B, B2 is basically like tiered up. So you sacrifice, you increase the amount of residue you have to increase the amount that you bring in the same amount of time. Okay. So that's how the crystals work. Now, by the way, here's an interesting piece, though, to all of this. We have been saying that, okay, well, this is a exhumer thing or mining barge thing, but frigates can use crystals too. If you are dedicated to using a frigate, you can get a modulated deep core mining laser, and this can still be used to mine normal rocks. But what it does is it introduces the ability for you to use these crystals on to help out your mining. Right? I'm not crazy, right? So I could have a miner 2. So this is doing 4.7, and that's 3.9. So I am getting a value of using the crystal in my deep core miner. So that is a thing that you can do, although not a lot of people do that because most people are stepping up into a mining barge rather than sticking with the stuff. But especially if you're doing expedition frigate stuff, just keep that in mind. You can do deep core, and in fact, you can get mutaplasmids to get some pretty sick deep core mining lasers too. So on top of that, so that's basically your high slots, right? You've got either mining lasers or strip miners, and then you've got crystals. In order to use the crystals, one last thing, sorry. In order to use the crystals, you need to have skills. So if we look at one of these crystals, you can see it has a requirement of this skill. So each of these crystals, every crystal is associated with a skill. And then you can see that the skill is required at level 3 for A, B, and C Tech 1, and at level 4 for A, B, and C Tech 2. Let's make sure that that's the same is true for asteroids. Yep, simple ore processing, 3 for A, B, and C1, and 4 for A, B, and C2. So you will need to train those resource processing for the rocks that you're planning on mining if you want to use those crystals. Now, bear in mind, what that means is you need to be Omega in order to use a mining barge or an exhumer, unless you have a mining expert system. So especially for newer players or alphas or whatever, if you are choosing to mine, you can always go into the New Eden store and you can buy the mining barge expert system for 15 plex. This is going to let you use a mining barge for 7 days. And we can go into our character sheet, I think. Pilot services? No. Expert systems. Character, expert systems, browse expert systems. And we can see that mining barge expert system unlocks the 3 basic mining barges and gives us mining 4, mining upgrades 3. It does allow you to do strip miners. I'm pretty sure strip miners are just... I don't know. Hold on. Where was I? Oh yeah, strip miner 1s. Only require mining 4. So yeah, you'll just be able to use strip miner 1s, but it allows you to mine in a mining barge for a week, which is often better than trying to go Omega for 500 plex or, you know, whatever. So just keep that in mind when it comes to, like, especially if you're an alpha. Alphas are definitely not really good at resource extraction, and mining is a big piece of that. Your biggest one that you're going to be able to get into as an alpha is going to be that consortium issue Pioneer. But really, it's just Ventures and Pioneers for you, unless you're going to get the Expert system. So, and of course, all the crystal nonsense doesn't apply to an alpha at all. We did come across drifters in Empire Space today. Doomsday from Apollo Tyrannos did not fire. No, I don't like that. I don't like the sound of that at all. All right, so we have your high slots. Next, we're going to go into mid slots. So the biggest thing for a mid slot isn't on this ship. Awesome. Hold on. Oh my God. I need to fix my ship. Got it. That's funny. Okay, so the mid slots, you do definitely want to have tank, and you probably want some sort of prop. Maybe you're not, depending on the situation. But the thing that you're going to want on your mining ship as far as your mid slots go is a thing called a chipset, which I can't spell. Mining Survey Chipset. Okay, so the Mining Survey Chipset 2 requires only CPU management 2. So you pretty much want to have Mining Survey chips. You need to have, what, really? Why would anyone ever use a Mining Survey Chipset 1? So this used to just tell you what's in the rocks, but now it actually increases your crit chance and yield while reducing your residue. So you can see here, it reduces your residue probability by 20% while increasing your yield by 20% and your crit chance by 20%. Now, realize that this is an increase on the base amount. So I'm pretty sure that means that like your crit chance goes from 1% on average to 1.2. But all of these bonuses stack up. You stack up the chipset plus your plus like your boosts and other stuff like that in order to increase your value of it. You can only use a chipset 1 as an alpha. That's why. Got it. But you can see here. So if I see here, I open up my strip miner thing here. And I can see that my critical chance is 1 and my crit bonus yield is 200%. That's the basic amount. But if I put this chipset on here and then I show info, you'll see that my critical success chance goes from 1 to 1.2 and my crit bonus yield goes up to 240%. So again, this is everything kind of builds off of each other, right? So the chipset is a big piece to that. It also reduces your residue, right? My residue is only 27.2% by default instead of 34% by default, thanks to that chipset. So that's your mid slot item that's going to increase your mining capabilities. And then for the low slots, you have your mining laser upgrade, which mining laser upgrades are nasty because they increase the yield of the mining lasers, but like rigs, they have drawback and they actually make your lasers take more CPU, which can be a kind of a problem, especially with, the ones that have 3. So if you're having fitting issues, it may be because you're fitting so many of these upgrades that it's making your mining lasers take more fitting to be able to use them. But they do increase your mining yield by quite a bit. Now, that's the reason why I'm using a restrained mining laser here, because restrained, remember, means less drawbacks. So because it's restrained, it has a lower CPU penalty. We can actually go to the compare tool for the different mining laser upgrades, and we can see that the restrained mining laser upgrade, oh, there it is, has an 8% CPU penalty, whereas the normal Tech 2 is 12.5%, and even the Tech 1 has a 10%. So you have to get these like extremely expensive storyline ones or this officer one in order to get, and even the officer one has a larger CPU penalty. So the only thing that gives you this storyline will equal out, and this one will be a little bit less penalty. So that's why I go with restrained. But either way, whichever one you want, if you have the fitting for it, which I mean, I probably do. I do have 2 Tech 2s as well. So I can go like this and look, so I can fit it. So I might as well be going with this. It was probably because I had the double shield extenders, right? No, I have no idea why I had a restraint on here. Either way, so the mining laser upgrades are how you, this is where you balance your tank versus your yield, right? Because basically, if you don't have a damage control in your lows, you're not really taking your tanking very seriously. As I said, like this fit right here, right? If I got ganked, sure, I've got some shield extenders, I've got some good hit points, but without a damage control, like that's going to help out a lot with resistances. So I'm definitely being a little bit greedy with the yield on this one by having all laser upgrades in the lows. Now, like I said before, you don't want to have a cargo bay enhancement. So basically, your mid slots are prop, shield tank, and chipset. And your low slots are mining laser upgrades, damage control. And that's kind of it. Maybe prop stuff like overdrive injector if you want to. But like the only real way that you're increasing anything is by the mining laser upgrades. And then as far as rigs go, though, it gets a little squirrelier. There is, when it comes to rigs, there is ice harvesters and deep core mining optimization, which the deep core mining strip mining modules, do they have one for small? No. So yeah, the only real one that really applies in a way that you're going to be using is the ice harvester accelerator. So if you have a ship that you know is going to be a dedicated ice mining ship, then you can use this rig to make it better at ice mining. But other than that, basically your rigs are going to be tank. Most of the time, I exclusively put tank in my rigs when it comes to mining barges. So again, strip miners in the high, tank, prop, and chipset in the mids, mining laser upgrades and damage control in the lows, and then tank in the rigs. That's my normal layout when it comes to these kinds of mining ships and the using of equipment. So that's it. I mean, like basically that's how to mine. Now there's another piece to consider, which is compression and boosts. And therein comes this ship. So this is what's called an industrial command ship. There are multiple levels of this. There's the Porpoise, which is the smallest. Then there is the Orca, which is this one. And then there's the Rockwall, which is the largest and only in it's a capital ship, so it can't come into high sec. So these ships do three basic things. The first thing, the least important, is that they are very defensive. So they have bonuses to remote shield reps and shield boosts, which will improve the shield capacity of everybody else in your fleet. This is one of the least used sorts of things. It is usually the target if it's going to be attacked, but it does have a bunch of mother hen kind of aspect to it. Its other two purposes are much more what it's kind of known for. The first is its boosts. So it brings these boosts. There are 4 different mining boosts that are available. There is equipment preservation charge, laser efficiency charge, field enhancement charge, and laser optimization charge. Laser optimization charge is going to increase how fast. Basically, it reduces your cycle time, which again will increase yield because you're cycling faster, pulling the same amount of rocks, while at the same time reducing your capacitor use, so that way you don't cap yourself out. So this is just going to make you mine faster with this boost. And remember, these boosts get amplified based on the person's skill, the Orca, and all that stuff. So it's not actually 15%. It's actually much bigger than that once it's like being applied. But just know that that's the case. And then the next one would be the field enhancement charge is range. So it's going to increase how far you can use your mining modules. And then the efficiency charge makes it so that it reduces your residue probability and increases your crit chance bonus by 50% baseline, which remember, that also gets amplified by everything else. Let's see if I can I see what it gets amplified to? Show charge info. No. Dang it. I guess it wouldn't work because it's also like it's influenced by my industry core. Don't worry about it. So that one is going to be residue and crit chance. And then the final one, so crystals break over time. That's the other thing. You have to replace crystals. So this is just going to make your crystals break less often. So those are the 4 mining ones. One that speeds up your mining, so that way you mine faster. One that extends your range so you can mine further away. one that reduces your residue and increases your crit, and one that makes it so your crystals break less often. So those are the 4 basic boosts that an Orca, or remember that Outrider? Those are the boosts that the Outrider can bring too. They're not going to be quite as strong as on an Orca, but that very mobile Outrider is going to help, especially if you're going to be mining in more dangerous areas. It lets you move around so that way you can be safe off the beacon, but also allow you to bring those boosts. Now, the Outrider does not bring compression. So what is compression? Compression is this cool mechanic where, like, let's say I have, a bunch of ore in my ore hold, like these zeolites here. Now, zeolites are a moon ore, which means I'm going to need to use a moon ore compressor. And you can see that my Orca actually has a moon ore compressor and an asteroid ore compressor that I can switch on and off depending on whichever one that we're mining it. Apparently, I can just keep them both on. I don't know what's going on with my fitting skills today. But, all right. So I can undock here. So the cool thing about mining with compression is you can do this in your own ship, right? So I'm going to be doing this with my own Orca, but if you were in a fleet with me, you could do this too. All you have to do is be in a fleet and within range. So I have to have my industrial core on. So I put my core on, which locks me in place for a period of time for 2.5 minutes, but it gives a lot of my stuff extra boosts, and it makes it so that I can turn on my compressor. I have the skills. The micro compressor goes up to 125 kilometers. If for some reason you're supposed to be able to compress, but you can't, bug your person to see why that might be. But with my compressor active, I can right-click a thing, my ore, and I can go compress. And it becomes 1/10 the size. I'm pretty sure it's 1/10 the size no matter what. Ice has a little bit of slightly different compression rules, and gas has slightly different compression rules. But the idea is that it makes it much, 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 much smaller, and you can just do it right there on the fly automatically no matter what. The other thing you can do is if you go into your escape menu and then go to general under shortcuts, there's compress all ore in current ship, which I like to do control tilde. So if I come back out before this is completed, I can go control tilde, and you'll see that the other thing compressed too. So you can just set a hotkey for it, so that way you just have to hit your hotkey, and it just compresses all the ore in your ore hold whenever you get close to ore, running out of ore or room. How do you know when you're running out of room? Well, you can actually right-click on your different hold and bay and go track hold and bay and switch it to mining hold. And now, depending on how full your mining hold is how filled up this one is. You can also set alarms, but what I feel like is that alarm doesn't really go off correctly. There is an alarm when your ore hold becomes full, but the act of like setting a trigger for like your ore hold being too full, but not fully full, you can do that with your cargo bay. If you open up your options, you can go configure ship and health and alert, available cargo hold threshold. That I don't think that works with the ore hold. So you'll get an alert when you run out of room and continue to try to mine, but you can't set like an early alarm. But either way, once you know that you're pretty full, you just hit that compress button and it compresses it all and it's done. So easy peasy. So that is everything that you need to know. The ships to use, the crystals to use, why you might want to use them, etc., etc. Now, ore, I'm not actually going to go into the uses of these things per se. Just know that asteroid ore is for minerals and manufacturing. Moon ore has some minerals, but is more for reactions. Moon goo for reactions for Tech 2 stuff. Ice provides a lot of like the materials that get consumed in stuff, like for different ships and like for jumping and stuff. But it's mostly for fuel. And then gas depends on if it's in low sec, null sec, or wormhole space. Gas in known space is usually used for drug manufacturing, as in boosters, and and some ship manufacturing, especially like, not much ship manufacturing anymore now that I think about it. Probably, I hesitate to say ship manufacturing now that I think about it. Is there any like K-space gas that's used in ship manufacturing anymore? Or is it all just switched over to net resonators? But wormhole gas gets used in capital ship manufacturing, but most importantly, wormhole gas gets used in Tech 3 ship manufacturing. Do the boosts affect drones? Yes. No. No? No. I'm pretty sure it's no. No, so the boosts don't affect drones, but the core does, right? If you're going to be flying one of these industrial command ships, you rely on this industrial core, and the industrial core this is what gives you your bonus to your drones. Mining yield bonus right there. I'm pretty sure boosts don't, like your actual boosts don't influence your drones. There is some oddities when it comes to using drones for mining. First of all, alphas can't use it. Do not use mining drones for things like missions and stuff. They fixed it for the most part, but just in case, don't. Yeah. So, okay. So we now know our ship, we know our equipment, we know how the basic mechanics work. There's one more piece to all of this when it comes to basic mechanics that I do want to point out, which is the idea that cycle times with mining works a little bit different than everything else. So with most cases, when you hit a red cycle, like if your gun is shooting and you stop shooting, it still has to finish the cycle and resolve in order to go, right? Just like with that industrial core, I had to wait for the cycle to finish. That's not how mining lasers work. If you cancel a mining laser halfway through the cycle, it'll actually stop that laser in that part of the cycle and give you that much of the ore. So if it'll mine 10 units a cycle and you let it go half a cycle and then cancel it, it'll actually cancel it, but then pull in 5 units. This is really important because if something goes wrong and you become ineligible for the mining by the end of the cycle, you lose the entire cycle. So if you have a mining barge, or if you have and you drift out of range of the rock, even if you get back into range in time, if you drift out of range of the rock during the course of the cycle, that whole cycle gets burned. Like it goes away. You don't extract anything, you don't destroy anything. It doesn't work. It just gives you are out of range error. You have to be in range the entire time, but you can cancel early, right? So like if you begin to warp, you can cancel the cycle and keep it. But if you go into warp without canceling your cycle, the whole cycle's lost. Likewise, if you're drifting out, or if the boosts are going down soon, if you short cycle your cycle, then you still get the stuff. If you let the boost fall off first, then you're no longer eligible and that whole cycle is burned. Okay, so that's something to think about when it comes to like min-maxing your cycles. Now, obviously, everything from waste to crits and everything still applies to all of this. So like you can still crit. You get like, even if you cycle at half rate, you still have just the same amount of crit, a chance to crit. But when you crit, it only doubles the half amount, or whatever. So that's how that works. You just need to be in range when this mining cycle. I swear to God, I've had a problem where I wasn't in, like I dipped out and then came back in and it didn't work. Are you swearing to me I'm wrong on that? I'm okay with being wrong on that. I'm going to be extra careful and say don't drift out. That said, it is very well possible, and I think it probably is possible, that if you get back in range in time, it still can count. I wouldn't risk it, but okay. Malak says I'm wrong, and let me tell you, if anybody knows mining better than I do, it's him. So we're just going to say I was wrong about that. You can always be careful, but just make sure that you are within range by the end of your cycle. You may have had a desync. Sure, we'll blame it on that. I'll just blame it on me being silly. Right click on the ship icon for cargo next to the ship health, click monitor or hold, and it'll blink when full. Yep. It'll not only blink when full, but it'll actually show you how full it is, right? So if I get into this Mackinac here, and I take some ore. I know what my drones mine don't count towards event tracks. Yeah, that has been a pretty big problem for the last few events. Although the military campaigns seem to be working correctly with it, but unsure. But you can see here that my ore hold is 75% finished. So you can see that it's highlighting my mining hold right now. And it will flash and it'll give an audio cue when it gets fully full. But I've always wanted to make it so I can say like at 20% full. So we can see here if I open up the cargo drop here and I take my mining hold and I drop it in here, you're going to see up here, it's going to disappear. Like this is going to unhighlight itself. Ready? Boop. See, now it flashed and it went all the way down. It'll actually flash every time there's a change. So that's how you track your ore hold. All right. So now then, what are you going to mine where? So there's mining in high sec, mining in low sec, mining in null sec, mining in wormhole space, and mining in Pochfin. We're going to use... You can either look things up with the agency, you can look things up with opportunities, or you can just go out there and see what you see. But in the resource sections, we can see here's the different types of stuff. So we want asteroids, ore, and ice. So asteroids, you can see all these different systems. Oh. So you can pick the kind of asteroid that you're looking for, and it'll give you systems. Now, this doesn't guarantee that it's in that location, but it does mean that it does spawn in that location. So we can see here that like we're getting that Plagioclast, Scordite, Veldspar, you know, the stuff here at the simple level, because this is, you know, in high sec. If we go to low sec, we see Jaspit, Amber. I think it's just, is it just Jaspit and Amber? Yeah, in the belts. And then in null sec, you're going to see Pyroxers. I didn't even know. Wait, hold on. That's funny. Look, nullsec's weird. We'll get to nullsec in a second. So high sec, you're going to have mining in belts, anomalies, and moons, and signatures. Okay? So belts are in particular systems like this. Like, so each system has a certain number of belts, and those belts have rocks, and those rocks are the same rocks basically every single day. In fact, if I undock here and I open up my bookmarks, I bet you I even have a location in this system labeled Veldspar 7-2, which is because it's Moon 7 Belt 2. But if we warp to here, I'm just warping to the belt, which you can always find all the belts by right-clicking in space and go to asteroid belts to find them all. But when I land, what you'll see is I literally have a bookmark in the center of this rock. Well, somebody had a bad day. There's some Concord in here. At any rate, so these rocks are all going to be always in the same location every single day, as long as they exist, until somebody mines them. So that's how asteroid belts work. They're always the same. But then there is also signatures and anomalies. So let's see if I can find any. You open up your probe scanner. I do not have any anomalies available right now, but we can open up the agency. Go to resource harvesting again and go to ore anomalies. Now the problem with anomalies is that you can't see anomalies more than one jump away per se, but you can I can see that like Well, no, you can see how many that there is an anomaly, just not what it is. That's nice. So I can see that next door in Amaderia, which is a low-sec system, it does have an anomaly there. Now, I obviously don't necessarily want to do that, but this is a high-sec system that has an ore anomaly. A lot of these systems have ore anomalies. In fact, you can also open up the map, go to resource sites, and go to ore anomaly to see where all the ore anomalies are. Now, so ore anomalies spawn throughout the day, and they can have some better stuff in them. I'd have to go check, go look for them. But like the secret behind ore anomalies are like they can be significantly better than just belt ore. They can include low sec ore. There's like the amber. There's what is it? I think it's amber and what is it that shows up? Is it amber and crocite? Dark ochre? I can't remember exactly what ends up showing up in the high sec sites off the top of my head. But they have these deposits that you can find that are much better ore. So if you're going to be mining in high sec and you're just, it's going to be better to find one of these anomalies more likely than not. I think it's kernite and amber. Kernite and amber. Amber and kernite, yeah. So you can get those in high sec, which is literally just like low sec ore in high sec. You just got to be willing to hunt those down. And then the best ore is, well, actually, then there's also right now, because of the currently ongoing season and the military campaigns, there is a special type of ore which is like advanced scordite. So if you go back into the map, we can also check out bulwark mining sites. And so this shows you where these giant sites are. Now, these are huge sites that have been going on as part of this event right now. So if you don't have access to a Orca or friends or anything like that, these are kind of really great places to find people to collaborate and coordinate with mining, because these are big sites that everybody kind of gets directed to. And so there's usually like public fleets up with Orcas and stuff like that that's able to lend people support. So given, it's not quite as valuable per M3 or whatever as if you find a really good kernite or amber site, it is still just scordite, but it is actually, it's got some extra stuff to it for the event. So it's worth more than just normal scordite. So it is a very good, like if you want to get into fleet activities, but you don't have access to a fleet, this is currently a really good opportunity for that. But if you're looking for the best ore available in high sec, you're actually going to look for systems that are adjacent to null sec or low sec, right? So like this system that I'm in right now, next door is a low sec system. So this classifies as a border system. And because of that, you can get Empire border ore sites. And those contain these guys in blue over here. It has the Mordunium, Yttrium, Ephirium, Dulcinium, and this is in high sec. These can exist in high sec. Any border system can have these things. And so what that means is that Yttrium can be in high sec, and amber and kernite. Oh, never mind. I was wrong about that. So the point is that these, especially the Yttrium, Ephirium, and Dulcinium in high sec, are extremely valuable because they give you minerals that you usually can't otherwise find in high sec. Oh yeah, and it also has crocite and dark ochre. So it comes with like a bunch of the extra stuff. Now, it wasn't nearly, like the Yttrium is not nearly as valuable as it was before, now that it has amber and kernite in high sec in the anomalies. Yttrium is no longer the sole source of isogen in high sec, but it is still extreme. These are extremely valuable rocks. Mordunium comes with pyrite, which is, obviously you can get pyrite quite a bit in high sec, but it's still, because it's pure, super, super valuable, especially compressed, especially sell them with people, which reminds me, if you are mining, you probably, unless you're planning on what you want to do with it, like selling it is the better choice than just reprocessing it, unless you have excellent skills and implants. the entire reprocessing system depends on those same skills that it took to take the crystals. You need those to also reprocess. So if you don't have that reprocessing skill to 5, and you have good facilities, different facilities can be rigged to do better reprocessing, and there's an implant called a bean counter that'll add to reprocessing. So you probably, especially as a newer player, don't want to reprocess your own ore. You just want to compress it and sell it as it is. You don't want to sell it uncompressed, because barely anybody ever trades in compressed. So if you can find any sort of facility that can compress it, which let's talk about how to find that. If you don't have an orca or, somebody with compression that's your buddy, what you're looking for is you're going to open up your ship browser, or structure browser rather, and you're going to look for things: service filter, reprocessing plant, structure type, refinery. Because basically, if you can dock in it and it has reprocessing and it's a refinery, you can compress basic ore in there. Okay. Am I able to show you the implant? Yeah. There's the bean counter metallurgy. A neural interface upgrade to boost. Nope, that's research. It's reprocessing. Right? Yeah, ice and ore reprocessing yields. So you can have, it's 165 million ISK bean counter implant in your 7 slot, but it increases all of your yield by 4%. So get a friend like me to do your reprocessing for you, right? This is why a lot of institutions, it's like within the Convocation Empyreans, we usually just buy up the ore and pay you for it, because then we can just bulk reprocess it all and benefit from the extra minerals that come out of that. Can you see if you can dock before you can physically try? I I'm pretty sure the answer is always yes, but hold on. Oh no. The problem is that I need an Athanor that I can't dock in. Yes. Because, see, so this is an Athanor. This is some random dude's Athanor that I found, and you can see I have no services tab here. Whereas if I look at any of these ones that I have in here, I can see I have services. So I have docking services, and I have reprocessing services at 0.5%. So I should be able to dock there. In fact, I'm pretty sure... I don't know what public facilities mean anymore. So I'm pretty sure that means that you can dock in them. But you definitely want to get an idea for where you're going before you do it. And with reprocessing, being in a Tatar is better than being in an Athanor, but you can compress in any of them. And so it doesn't matter, you just bring it to any of the Athanors that have reprocessing capabilities turned on that you have access to, and you just compress them so that way you can sell. The two ore that you don't necessarily want to compress is raw basic tier 1 kernite and can't remember the other one, but kernite is used in a mission. So technically speaking, uncompressed kernite is worth more than compressed kernite for like the tier 1, which, by the way, that does bring up a good point. When it comes to these rocks, there are different tiers, right? So if we can mine, we're going to go back into the belt really quick and look at the rocks. So HiSec, you've got belts, which are your bread and butter basic stuff. Then you've got the anomalies, which are easier to find. The signatures are the same as the anomalies, but they're bigger and they can escalate into these like really big sites with a bunch of ore in it, which is great. Those are much better than normal belt ore. Then you also have the bulwark sites, which are currently part of the current event or military campaign, which are kind of super scordite. and then you have the border ore. Technically speaking, you can find gas and ice also in high sec too. Well, ice, you can find ice fine. You can't, but you can. Gas is going to be a little bit more tricky. So you can see here, this is Veldspar, and then this is Veldspar's 2 grade. So things can have a grade, and the grade determines what its value, the improved mineral composition, right? So you can see here, a tier 2 grade is a grade that has 5% improved mineral yield. So the higher the grade, the better the yield. And so those better sites not only have all this really good ore, but they'll often be a higher grade of ore as well. And so that can be good too. So compressing that higher, especially those higher grade ores, that's when you really want to consider selling it on the market or whatever, because people are going to want to use it to export and import minerals to different locations, because it's often easier to buy this compressed ore and move it like that and then reprocess it where you end up than trying to move it as minerals themselves. Okay. So, and then also just to round up high sec, we can go to ice belts and see that there are ice belts around here. Now the ice and high sec are obviously the lowest grade of the ice. Ice is based on which empire space that you're into, and there are different kinds of ice. Basically, ice can either be more of the extra stuff or more of the isotopes. But by and large, ice blocks are much like ore, except for you get 1 per cycle. So they're these big, bulky, clunky things that don't actually get reprocessed. Like, they don't get smaller very much when you reprocess them. They don't get smaller as much when you compress them. They're just designed to be big and clunky, but they're good to just sit there and chew on for long periods of time, as opposed to like ore, which you'll go through the different ore, like you'll chew through rocks relatively quickly. So, by the way, there's another feature, just so you guys don't know, just so you guys know, you can now use your mining surveyor, regardless of whether or not you have a chipset. Remember, my ship is dumb and doesn't have a chipset, but I can still do this ping. Can I not? Wait, what? Does anyone know which station is the best? All stations have the same reprocessing. What? I'm clicking. Weird. Am I missing something? There's supposed to be a ping. It's working? Awesome. So there's a ping that or it's broken rather. Well, there's a ping that you can put out to see the relative value of the different rocks around you. And if you have boosts from an orca, or if you have a boosts, that also will allow you to see how much rocks are in, how much ore is in each rock around you. So that's another piece to it. It's supposed to, because it says with additional information. You're supposed to get the relative quality of the ore with just the mining surveyor. Otherwise, there's no point in this button even being here. That's so weird. All right, well, whatever. Okay. So low sec is very different, because low sec is much more dangerous, right? You've got more dangerous rats, and of course you've got more dangerous players. Low-sec is all about vigilance and attention to your territory. Now, low-sec, like a lot of these things, you know, the anomalies, the signatures, all that stuff still like exists in all these different spaces. But while like high-sec is going to focus a lot on your like your belts and stuff because people just want a bunch of stuff to eat, low-sec is very much associated with its anomalies and its signatures. Because you have to scan down a signature in order to get into it, that alone provides you a bit of a defense against people just coming in and harassing you. And this becomes especially important when it comes to gas sites, right? In the gas sites need to be scanned down in low-sec, and so that gives you a little bit of a protection. Gas huffing in low-sec is the most valuable kind of mining that an alpha clone can do. Right, you can't do ice mining. You're limited to some to what ore you can, or you know, like your yield is so low as a venture in most cases that you, like going after more risky stuff becomes worth it to you. So mining in a bit in low-sec, mining in the in Pochvin, you know, whatever, that becomes those, you know, going after that rarer ore becomes worth it to you because you need to maximize your value. But really it comes down to gas huffing. So gas huffing is very similar to mining, but when you get to the site, there's just one thing that you lock up and you just huff off of it for a while. Well, sometimes there's more than one thing, but so for gas hunter huffer, so this is a venture, and you can see it has a core probe launcher, so that way it can scan down those gas huffing sites, as well as your 2 gas scoops. So these things are the thing that's going to be used for your gas huffing. It also cannot, there is no like low slot to make it better per se, so you can just go straight to just tank and survivability 100%, and just realize that like if anybody ever catches you, they're going to kill you. It's pretty dangerous, but pay attention to your local. It is the highest risk, highest reward mining that an alpha can do, period. Beyond that, you know, there are definitely people that do different levels of low-sec stuff. You can ninja low-sec. I personally love going in and ninja looting, you know, ninja mining a skiff full of stuff. And actually, honestly, I kind of like using, between you and me, I like using hulks in low-sec. Why? Because if I'm caught, I'm fucked anyways. So if I get in there, just hoover up everything I possibly can and then get out before anybody notices me. I don't necessarily recommend it, but you know, if you're gonna do it, like you balance your choices and your risk accordingly. I'll put it that way. And then finally, so yeah, gas hopping, low-sec versus wormhole space. So hold on, we'll get to that in a second. So in nullsec is a little bit different because most of the time if you're mining in nullsec, you're going to be mining in their nullsec, like you'll be in sovereignty nullsec. Very few people would mine in NPC nullsec. So you're mostly talking about sov nullsec, in which case you're talking much more about big scale operations, moon operations, like outside of an Athenor or whatever, you know, boosted. You have the support of your alliance behind you. And so it's a totally different kind of experience. And I recommend seeking the advice of your alliance mates in order to figure out how to best do that. But the point is that you need to mine the different anomalies and stuff that spawn to keep your indexes up, or at least that used to be the way it is. I guess it's not that important anymore. Is mineral index even important? No, because that's still controlled. When does it? Wait. Shit. I think it has more to do with Equinox now. So yeah, nullsec can kind of dial in which sites spawn for them. Sites do escalate, so you just go out there and you mine the anomalies that your empire is spawning for you, and that's basically it. And probably there'll be some sort of buyback program for your ore, you know, whatever. Like I said, you don't necessarily want to reprocess it yourself unless you know that you have the skills and the access to the tools and the implant and everything that it takes to get that high reprocessing yield. Okay, and then there's wormholes. Wormholes have a lot of really good ore, in it. Actually, some of the best ore in the game. Their moons suck. All of their moons are only R4, which is the same as HiSec. So it's all about belts and anomalies in wormhole space, except for the gas. So whether or not gas is more valuable in low sec versus wormhole space can change over time. I'm assuming that it is starting to trend more towards the wormhole side of things, just because a lot of the reason why low sec and K-space gas was valuable was because it was used in manufacturing of pirate ships for a while, and it's less so now, or not now. So I assume that wormhole gas is probably a little bit more valuable than it compared to low sec gas than it used to be. You could always check. But the biggest critical thing about wormhole gas huffing is that when you first go to the wormhole gas site, it triggers a secret timer. And then at a certain point, the rats spawn, like these bad guys come in. So you've kind of got a few choices. You can go in and just huff, and then as soon as the bad guys run or like spawn, you run away and you get away. You can also, if it's like in a system that you live in or whatever, you can clear out those rats with like a bigger, beefier ship and then continue huffing if you want to. Or there are some people who, I think they call it Jedi mind tricking, where you can set up your stuff to be fast enough or whatever to make it so that the sleepers can't really kill you. So there are techniques when it comes to that. Just realize that when it comes to sleeper gas huffing, it is very much like just get in there, get everything you can, and as soon as the bad guys spawn, get the hell out. Yes, the low sec rats do not have the low sec site. Okay, low sec sites, gas sites have two different kinds. There's nebulas and not nebulas. If the site is a nebula, then that means that there's no rats. If the site is not a nebula, then it'll say it's something else. It'll call it like a drug den or something like that. I can't remember what they're all called. Those do have rats because those are where like the formulas for boosters and stuff come from. So as long as you're scanning them down and you find a nebula, whatever there's different nebulas for different gas sites. That's what you're looking for when you're looking for like the gas that you can huff. And then the only really thing that's going to kill you is the Loki that decloaks right next to you. So overall, I prefer low sec gas huffing over wormhole gas huffing, but if you're, it all just depends on where you find yourself, right? I would consider those two activities relatively equal, if not different in subtle ways of what makes them dangerous. And then of course, finally, yeah, there's Pochvin. So Pochvin, which is the 27 systems taken by the Triglavian Collective, have that abyssal ore. So it has really good sites with really high quality. It has spodumene, which is like one of the best ore types in the game, as it has like almost all of the minerals. And then it has the talassonite, racavine, and besnazine, which are very, very juicy ores in different sites. And so those are going to depend on whether they are border, internal, or home systems within Pochvin. The biggest thing about Pochvin, though, is that it is like a wormhole in the fact that there is no local, but it's all very well connected. So there's plenty of people hunting in there. So how do you do it safely? Well, the answer is that the sites in Pochvin are anomalies. So like you warp to them and there's like a beacon, but they're huge. So the idea is that you and your group gets in there and then gets off the beacon. So then anybody who's trying to warp in on you has to warp in through the beacon. And so you can use that to try to keep yourself safe. So it's a lot squirrelier. And it's why, like, for instance, having a ship like the Outrider that can boost you off 100 kilometers can be really, really good. But it does require like a high level of attentiveness to descan and everything, because you have no local. Pochvin is a spooky place. Everybody wants to kill a miner. Your only real defense is the fact that you're not off of the beacon and nobody really knows exactly where you are in the site without getting into the site first. So that's Pochvin mining. And it's all, Pochvin's, I think, 100% ore. There are. Oh, never mind. So I guess there are gas sites in trig space too, but gas sites in trig space would basically be the same as the gas sites in low sec. I'm pretty sure. So same kind of rules apply. Assume everybody's trying to kill you, but you don't get local. I would not gas huff in Potvin myself. That sounds very, very spooky. Because at least in low sec, you can tell how many people are in local, and like I would not gas huff for very long if I didn't have a very solid idea of everybody that was in local with me. You just can't do that in Potvin. So I would stick to the ore anomalies in Potvin. Have I gotten everything done? Is there anything else I'm missing? Anything else I'm missing? Guys, we talked about the ships. We talked about the crystals. We talked about... Oh, prismaticite. The last type of site is prismaticites, which I'm not even going to go too deep into it here because it isn't really for new players or whatever. But there are things called phase fields. For the first half of the phase field's life, they are invisible and must be scanned down. Halfway through their life, they become visible on the map, which makes them much, much more difficult or dangerous. Right now, they only spawn in low sec and null sec. However, if the Mimitar succeed in their military campaign, then they could spawn in high sec and Mimitar space. You can see that right now there's only one exposed phased field. So they're also just extremely rare because you got to think like there may be only 1 or 2 or 3 phased fields hidden or exposed at any given time. But they give what's called phased asteroids and prismaticite. So the phased asteroid, first of all, it has all of the best ore all over the place. So even if you're not going to mine the phase stuff, going to these sites, there's just so many like juicy rocks there. Like it's so good to just go and ninja some, even if it's dangerous, you know, whatever, bring a venture. It's some of the best ore in the entire game. But then there's the prismaticite. Now, prismaticite requires this extra doodad in order to phase it in so you can mine it efficiently. That requires orcas and a team. That's a whole thing. You should look up that topic by itself if you're interested in doing that. That is not within the scope of this conversation. The point behind prismaticite, though, is that when it gets reprocessed, it reprocesses into a random amount of all the different kinds of minerals. So, you know, unlike you can get everything from it. And then you can also do reactions on it in order to make it into a specific type of mineral. So if you want it to only be morphite or only be tritanium, you can do a reaction to make it do that way, but it is significantly more efficient to just simply reprocess it and get the minerals that you get out of it. So this is pretty interesting. It is, I think, still like by far the most valuable ore in the entire game, but can only be gotten through prismaticite sites. It also requires its own crystal type, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it requires erratic ore processing, so it requires its own crystal type and its own considerations or whatever. But it is a thing in mining, so I wanted to make sure to bring that up. Mining wrecks and reprocessing though, yeah. Well, I mean, you can always gunboat mine where you pick up loot from people and then reprocess that for scrap metal. And then that can be turned into minerals as well. So there are alternative versions of minerals, but we're not really talking about the minerals here. We're talking about the actual mining act itself in this guide. So this is kind of everything that you need to know to be a miner. Beyond that, I will say that you should all absolutely watch and understand directional scanner, local, etc., etc. Stay on the move, stay off of beacons. You can use the Higgs rig anchor. So there's a Higgs rig that is designed to slow you down. So all it does is significantly reduce your maximum velocity. The reason why you would like that is because that way you can be fully aligned out. If you're fully aligned out, then as soon as you hit warp, you'll warp. So if you're doing mining in dangerous areas or you're just afraid of being ganked, you can have a Higgs anchor on your ship and be fully lined out. So that way you can warp instantly. Passive alignment doesn't work. You cannot have your ship be stopped and aligned. That doesn't work at all. It's a myth. So if you want to be aligned, you probably will want a Higgs anchor. Otherwise, I do recommend orbiting, just keeping moving. That'll help against the rats. That'll help against gankers. The whole point is that you want to be aware of what's going on. You want to be aware of your system with local. You want to make sure if there's a giant spike in how many people are in local, then by all means run. or at least be ready. You know, if you see a big spike in local, it's good to at least align out and then keep an eye on your D-scan, check to see what's going on. And if anything gets close, just get out. It's not worth it, right? Stay safe out there. Everybody wants to kill you as a miner, but the nice thing is that you can have a miner out there, especially in high sec, and just run it all day and get kind of a passive income. It is the most AFKable, most like least action required gameplay in the game that still makes you like a pretty decent amount of money. So that's mining, guys. I think passive alignment helps when you're to make sure that you're not going to bump a rock when you need to warp. Not exactly. I mean, double checking to make sure your alignment path doesn't go into a rock is really important. But passive aligning doesn't do anything. When you're stopped, you have no alignment. So if you just you can check to see if that, like, if your vector is going to be good, but if your ship is stopped, you're not aligned to anything, or more importantly, you're aligned to everything, or not aligned. Yeah, you're not aligned to anything. It's better. You don't want to be going the wrong direction for sure, but passive aligning is a myth. Pigs and cargo expanders. Cargo expanders are fine, but again, cargo expanders don't affect your ore hold. So, I wish you could show the ghost site, or the phase field site. Hold on a second. Oh, they do make you slower. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. What is happening? Here we go. So this is what the phase field looks like, or at least this is part of what this is. Yeah. So you can see in the center there, that's the phased ore, and there is a bunch of ore other than that. Let me see. Oh, we're going to grab this Wad Indaris guy. I don't know him per se, but let's see if he. I thought I saw a video of it. Yeah, so you can see here. You can see there's a bunch of rocks over there that he could mine as well, and yeah, you can see it's Gneiss and Dark Ochre, all of it 4 grade. And then there's the big sphere, and that sphere moves throughout the course of the phase field. And so as it moves through, that's what allows these phased rocks to become mined. So the one that is inside of the orb can be mined. The ones that are outside of the orb cannot be mined. But this extra rocks on the outside can be mined. And that's the juicy tier 4 Dark Ochre, Yttrium, basically all of the border ore stuff. Also, yeah, if you do the, that's right. If you want to get a free Pioneer, you can do the Ore Epic Arc. So you can just go into your agency, go to Agents and Missions, Epic Arcs, Fractured Legacy. This Epic Arc, if you finish it, which is very short, it gives you a free Pioneer. And also you get to see a phased field prismaticite site, which is pretty cool. Anything else I'm missing? The cargo expander one is a good one. I didn't know that one. If mining in Conan space, probably the smart is to pay the high-sec ganking princess. Look, just understand that people are going, like, people want to harass people that are mining. Like, the best way that you could do it is just be smart about it. Like, don't mine in populated areas. Don't mine in Caldari space. Apparently don't mine in Conan space. And again, just pay attention to your D-scan and your local, and be ready to move if you need to. If you're really afraid of being ganked, fly your procurer and brick tank it. So that way, again, it's one of those things that's like, you don't need to make sure you're ungankable. You just need to make sure that somebody else gets ganked instead. You know, I like to fly around, and like, if I'm going to be mining, I feel very comfortable if there's Hulks around me, because I'm like, oh yeah, they're good. If anybody's going to get killed, it's them. I'm fine. You know? I just don't understand how solo mining is viable. If I can't compress the ore, I just have to dock somewhere and unload and go back, which makes it not so much AFKable. Well, if you have a retriever or a Mackinac, right? Like, let's look. So I am solo mining in a Mackinac. I have no boosts, and I must screen. I have I have a simple A2 crystal. So I am mining 598 M3 per 40 seconds times 2. So I go 598 times 2. So 1,196 M3 every 40 seconds or so. Now, my ore hold fits 44,296.9. So 1196 divided by 1196. So after 37 cycles, I will fill up. And that's 40 seconds each. So times 41. So that's 1,518 seconds divided by 60. So every 25 minutes I need to compress, even if I'm just by myself. That's why I like the Mackinac. Now, if I did the same thing with this procurer, do I have A2s? A2s. With this procurer, I'm going to be getting 481 every 45 seconds. So 481 times 2 is 962. And my ore hold is 16,000. $962. So that's 16 cycles times 45 seconds. So 748 seconds divided by 60. So 12 minutes. So I have to compress roughly every 12 minutes in a procurer, or whatever it was, like 25 minutes or whatever for the Mackinac. Uh-oh, what happened? Also, you can enlist in Faction Warfare and have a cloaked fleet full a werewolf bait scene waiting for Faction Warfare dudes and then farm them as Faction Warfare targets while mining. I do know a lot of people that like to mix Faction Warfare with mining, to be honest. But yes, it is significantly easier to do it with even just basic compression. You can always jet can it, whatever. But I mean, it's not completely undoable. But there is a reason why people used to do like AFK mining in like a Orca, because that way they could just kind of let it be there forever because its ore hold was so big. But honestly, especially if you're mining in high sec, your AFK-ness, like your demand on your pilot, like you interacting with it, is going to be more to do with how fast you chew through the rocks than how often you need to compress too. So I mean, you can do it, but yes, there's a huge advantage to non-solo mining for sure. But remember, like the question is that like how many miners does it have to improve in order for it to be worth sacrificing a character for that? because, you know, that Orca is going to be mining a lot slower than everybody else is. So the Orca pilot is giving up their own yield in order to make everything more convenient and better for everybody else, which is why you always tip your Orca, by the way. So yeah, so that's something to think about. But you're right. I mean, like, gas huffing is a good example of like where just going in there and filling up your cargo bay even once can be pretty good. But you're right. Just mining Veldspar all day in a retriever, even a retriever, just sounds miserable to me to not do it by yourself. I've said this many, many times before, that mining is the fishing of EVE Online. If you're doing it at the end of the week with your buddies and a beer, you know, with your cold beer or whatever, then it's great. It's a great thing to have to do with your buddies as like a, you know, whatever your activity. But if it's, you're doing it for your job, or, you know, you're doing it for pay, or you're doing it by yourself, it is miserable, boring, deadly, and definitely not worth it. But again, as I said at the very beginning, this is one of those things that a lot of people get into first and foremost. And so a lot of people have asked for this guide. So hopefully this has been it. Hopefully, like at this point, you basically know almost everything that there is to know about mining, or at least you know how to figure out stuff when it comes to mining, which is an important piece to it. Let me know down below if you have any comments with any advice, tips, or whatever that I might have missed. But I do hope that you guys appreciate this guide as well as a lot of my other guides. There are tutorial videos all over my YouTube channel with playlists and everything. Please go check them out, including fitting guides, mastery guides, combat guides, etc. This has been the mining one. Worth dual boxing miners. Any thoughts on that? Well, I mean, mining is like the thing to multi-box because it doesn't require very much interaction. And like even before multi-boxing was that popular, this is what people multi-box, because you would multi-box your own like foreman team, right? Because if you can multi-box like an Orca and 3 or 4 Hulks, you can do so much damage to a belt, you know, or even like Mackinaws or whatever, right? So multi-boxing mining ships is kind of one of those big things that's multi-boxing, because like multi-boxing is all about how many plates that you can keep spinning in the air at the same time. And so the lack of interaction that mining usually involves changes when you're actually managing 4 or 5 different accounts and all of their different positionings and oh, that one ran out of rocks. Oh, that one needs to compress. Oh, that one, you know, so on and so forth. It actually can be quite fun to run a whole mining fleet by yourself. Just try not to do like the thing where you like, oh, I brought 20 rogue walls, so now I don't have to worry about it. You can use Orcas to refit themselves with their bay, but you can also just bring a mobile depot and refit the Orca that way too. All right, I think that I'm going to call that here then. Thank you guys so much for contributing. And if you watched it this far, thank you for watching this far. If you're watching it live, or actually either way, you know, please make sure to like, comment, subscribe, the little thumbs up at the bottom. That really, really helps. And share this with a friend. Hopefully this has been valuable to you. Like I said, if you've learned anything, please like the video. Let me know if I left anything out. Please leave a comment down below. Don't worry about Princess Aiko. She just wants to kill you, but it's okay. You can deal with it. Everybody else has dealt with it. You can deal with it too. She's not that bad. I promise you. But all that said, I've been Ashtarothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put EVE into context for you, my fellow Imperians. Thank you all so much, and of course, special thank you to all my top-tier supporters, 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Elite, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, Grims, May, Malak Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mike, Morkor, Michael, Neelam, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, Threns, and Rid. Thank you all so much. I try to stream every Friday to keep everybody up to date on the latest and greatest of EVE Online. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and join the Discord. Links should be down below in order to stay involved, get involved. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything, I'm open to talk and would love to share my information. And our whole community is very friendly and would love to have you. Also, if you want to support, you can always buy some merch. We have Convocation of Empyreans mugs, shirts, etc., etc. There should be some links down below for that as well. And of course, you can become a member or a patron. You get early access to edited videos as well as my eternal appreciation, etc., etc. But all that said, I have been Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden. And until next time, I'll see you in space.